What is up, you guys? It's your boy Rob, Hollow Everest, back again with some gaming goodness. We are here today because Marvel Rivals Season 1 is live. It would have been here earlier tonight. It's 11:30 p.m. I was a bit in my cups. It's a Friday. It was a long week at work. Family stuff going on, but we're good. We're here. And I am excited to play some Marvel Rivals. Season 1 is live, baby. Let's go. It just feels good. Alright. 2 new characters, 2 new maps. Ooh. Family First. The Journey of Heroes. Are we? Oh, so we're gonna get like new screens every. That does look clean. Dracula canonically owes Moon Knight money. That's all I'm gonna say on the subject. Oh, that's clean. Are they starting with the bit of the trailer? I've paused on that screen for just, don't worry about it. Didn't play a lot of, clearly didn't play a lot of, ranked. Alright, before we start this off, obviously, the things I want to check out the most are the store and the battle pass. So we're going to start this by checking out the battle pass, Darkhold. Of course, Darkhold, the Book of the Damned, written by Chthon, or containing the power of Chthon. I believe I have enough Chronovium to purchase the luxury battle pass. What does that get me? Plus 20% acquisition bonus for $20 essentially? Alright, and I have enough. Alright, so let's check out the battle pass one bit at a time, okay? What? That was a wild entrance. The All Butcher. Call me Loki the Necro God, Loki the All Butcher, Loki the End. This is from Thor 2018. I was not reading Thor then. I don't believe I was reading Thor in 2018. Oh, that looks... It's a symbiote Loki? Alright, let's check out his emote. Oh, is he making a Necrosword? That was cool. All Butcher, or a Necro Dagger, I guess. Mr. Fantastic nameplate. All Butcher nameplate. The MVP screen. Bonded with the primordial symbiote, and even Ego stood no chance against him. And a Blood Moon Moon Knight. With an anti-Dracula cape. Although the Eternal Night implies moonlight, Khonshu is still sullen. Mark embraced the Crimson Moon's glow, patiently anticipating the... I kind of wish they had a Crimson Moon behind him in that cutscene. That would have been cool. The opportunity foretold by Khonshu, an opportunity destined to arrive through a mortal named Strange. Invisible Woman. Rocket emblem. A Rocket Bounty Hunter. Alright, let's check out Bounty Hunter Rocket. I like the blood red fur. The Guardians logo still there in, like, ruby on his chest. Yeah, and I like the bullet casings on his gloves and legs. I like the little jacket. Hey, Groot, think about cranking up our bounty to the max, turning ourselves in for a reward, and break it out and make every payday easier payday than chasing fugitives all day. Alright. So he is a bounty hunter and criminal all in one. The Blue Tarantula. Spider's latest aesthetic takes cue from the fabled Blue Baboon Tarantula, a secret obsession of Penny's father. This arachnid indigenous to the enigmatic Socotra Islands radiated a captivating enigmatic blue luminescence across its form before going extinct in the 2070s. Remarkable spider, captivated Penny in her youth. Okay, I'm going to pause for a split second. We know Penny's unit is, Spider is based on the color scheme and body type of Evangelion Unit 2. This is clearly what Spider is based on. Asuka Langley Soryu's Eva unit from Evangelion. Her alternate skin, her Venom skin, is based on Unit 1 with the purple and the green. Which is Shinji's, you know. This is clearly based on Unit 0. Which is Rei Ayanami's. With the blue, white, and hints of green. Look at this and tell me I'm wrong. Blue, white, hints of green. It's Eva Mark 0. Her 3 skins are the 3 different Eva units. That's wild. Alright. Moon Knight emblem. Loki emblem. Penny Parker emblem. Human Torch nameplate. Lattice and units. Amber over Scarlet. King Magnus. Magneto. King Magnus. Okay, this is House of M. And he looks great. He looks so regal. He looks incredible. I love that the magnetic wheel behind him has become gold and resembles in this view like a halo from like ancient, from like you'd see in like an ancient like diptych with the like an old painting in like the Vatican. He literally is a light by the halo behind his head. House of M 2005. Gather royals and honored guests to the House of Magnus. For all mutants. For all mutants. Destroying his helmet. That's cool. A House of M spray. I wonder how long it is until we get a Krakoa map. Krakoa, the Living Island. I think that would be really cool. Or a Genosha map. I think that would actually be a really sick level. Because you could even tie in some of the cool stuff with, like, Krakoa changing the island. Or if they do Arakko, I believe, was their other civilization on Mars. That would be cool. But if you tie in some of the stuff with the Krakoa era, there's some beautiful areas in Krakoa that could be adapted really well. Alright, sorry, let's keep going. A Darkhold collectible. Among the many legacies left by Cthon, the Elder God Cthon, Wanda Maximoff may be the most extraordinary, while the Darkhold is undoubtedly the most sinister. Every time a reckless and power-hungry sorcerer misuses the spells within his pages, the resulting devastation is to the world is immense. But Doom is no mere amateur. His aim is to align with Dracula and pull the vampiric verses from inside the book, but another spell written, the Montesi Formula, can eliminate all of them. Perhaps this is yet another of Chthon's cruel jokes, a testament to its eternal mockery of humankind. Money, Namor emblem, the Thing nameplate, Savage Submariner. Ooh. It does resemble a little bit more of old school Submariner with the open vest. With the green and black. I like the armored boots, the almost web-like pattern on a lot of this design. Like a lot of on the leggings and the boots. I still feel off about the shape of the pauldron, but the crown design is kind of interesting, actually. And I do like the blue of the trident with an eye there. This day, for once and for always, I declare war on the human race, a war to the death. Pretty sick. Eternal Night Falls. And this is where the regular stuff would have ended, right? Or the first battle pass would have ended, because the first battle pass was half size. But this is double that size. Iron Man. The Blood Edge armor. Steven, Reed, and I don't get cracking on things we agree with often. But just a few murmured words from Steven on this new Chronovium Reed's been studying. They eversly tweak my armor algorithm into something new. Once it's all over, I'll refine it to perfection, but for now we can skip the Bleeding Edge and go crazy. Blood Edge. So Bleeding Edge was his nanite armor, I believe, right? Right, the Bleeding Edge was his nanite armor. Yeah, okay. So that was his nanite armor, which was represented in the MCU, and towards the end of the MCU, Iron Man. Oh yeah, I love how like the red is like leaking out. It does. Oh, and like the twisted, contorted faces in the pauldron is really sick. It's giving Black Knight. It's giving Subway Rat Blaster. Okay, he has an MVP screen. It's a little weird for, That's cool. The Ascent Before the Moon is cool. The superhero landing is cool. The splash art is cool. I feel like it's just a weirdly, like, the land, and the zoom in on the back when the missiles come out. I really like the look of the armor, though. It's giving Black Knight. It's giving Eldritch, Mystic tech. Which is, you know, the base of the story, the combining of magic and technology. Okay. Adam Warlock Blood Soul. Again, the same imagery of a sword going through Dracula's head, or vampire's head. This gives Mystic Scholar. This gives... Oh god, the vampire staff? It gives, like, mask of, like... It almost gives, like, Venetian mask vibes. But I love, like, the scroll with the amber below the book. I don't know if I like this design going up the hood. I don't know if it looks perfect, but I love the mask design. I love the front of the cloak. With undeath threatening all life, I sought out Doctor Strange to empower my incantations to vanquish these nocturnal fiends. The not convenient virtue must be upheld, as avoidance will never suffice. Alright. So they're not doing the Adam Warlock thing where he's very into alliterative wordplay. Oh, he brought a bird back from the dead. Go, Toriyama. Teach a dinosaur to ride a bike. That is an awesome MVP screen. A swarm of bats attacking Adam are repelled, and Divine Light slams down, and he gives the pose. There's like almost a holy, priestly cleric pose of like holding the book in one hand and holding his hand up in the other. That's a really cool MVP screen. All right. New Scarlet Witch, which I really love this. It's giving very Romani vibe. It's giving very seductress, temptress. It's giving very... It's giving like Mystic Practitioner meets Met Gala, you know? So I built a spiritual mercantile. Here at Emporium, people can help get the small things. And for the greatest in need, there's the last door. Part seeking spell, part portal. It finds those at their lowest, those with nowhere to turn, and brings them here. Oh, Hellfire Gala! It is from the Hellfire Gala. Okay, the Hellfire Gala was an arc a few years ago in X-Men during the Krakoa era, where they're holding this giant party, this giant ball, and everyone is decked out very Met Gala ball style. It's called the Hellfire Gala. I didn't realize that was her outfit, based on her outfit for that. That is awesome. There's some amazing designs for characters from the Hellfire Gala. I wish we could get more of those as skins. We probably will. Flamenco. Yeah, it does give very flamenco dancer. It does give very... Imperium Matron. Here's the MVP screen. You know, with the dots, it also gives very constellation and like cosmic almost, and the background kind of fits to that. You know, I like it. I like the look of the crown. I love the gold jewelry kind of become the lacing on this bodice piece. And I love how the hair turns and kind of like becomes more imbued with the chaos energy towards the bottom of it. Oh, we got a special intro for Wolverine. Who again, is giving Old Man Logan. Who's giving Old Man Logan Helsing, actually. I know a thing or two about living a long time. You tend to forget what fear is. Dracula messed with people I care about for far too long, so let's remind him why he should stay in his coffin. Blood Berserker. Oh, I like that his cape looks like it's like burning. I love the long, wild hair. It does give wild... Oh, those blood claws look sick. There was an arc. X-Men Vampire Saga. It had to be early, 2010s, where Jubilee was turned into a vampire. It was when they were living in San Francisco, I believe. In the Marvel Universe, Jubilee was turned into a mutant by the son of Dracula, Xerus. I'm trying to remember what arc that was. Is it Blood Hunt? Curse of the Mutants. Jubilee and the Forgiven. I think that might be... Blood Hunt is new. So they're literally tying it in now. That's really cool. Alright, let's check out his... Neat. A literal Wolverine? Oh, that's a cool animated one. With the blood literally dripping down the claws. It looks like he's like shooting towards the moon. The rage of the Wolverine is a force no one can challenge. Not even the most menacing blood moon. Newborn monsters cower before the apex predator. That's a really sick MVP screen. I'll say it. At your service. Alright, sick. This is an awesome battle pass. This is really sick. Alright, let's buy this page. Alright, I'll buy this stuff in a second. This is the event. I want to check out the store, though. The Maker? And Malice. The Malice is obscure, but the Maker is awesome. The Maker is, Ultimate Universe's Reed Richard, who's a straight-up villain. When they got to the incursion stuff with the universes combining, and they dealt with Doom's Battle World, Maker is a straight-up villain who manipulated every hero's origins. He is insane. This is a horrible variant of Reed Richard, who is really, I'm Reed Richards, the ultimate Reed Richards, the one who's finally going to solve everything. I am the Maker. Ultimates 2011. Surging Darkness. Oh, that's sick. Yep, the forcing the worlds together, doing the incursion stuff. Oh, that's so sick. That's really crazy. And cool. This looks very different from the Malice I remember, which was a form Sue took. Let me check up Sue Storm Malice. Yeah, it's giving like dominatrix. This is what I remember it as, but it's like that. Very leather Dami Mommy. Yeah. So they're communicating like the spiked head very well, right? Like with it looks way more stitched together. The rest of it's kind of crazy. Damn, she got them toes out for free, girl. All right. If you go any further after the ultimate defeat at the hands of Malice, Mistress of Hate. Oh, this blood red energy is kind of sick. That's a cool splash screen for the MVP. It's like a dark. It's like a manifestation of Sue's inner darkness. There was a while where I did a. I got bored, so I'm like, I pitched for myself, what would I do for MCU stories, and I'm like, how would I introduce the Fantastic Four into the MCU? And I thought they should be introduced in 4 movies, one based on each character. So I had an origin story, all of them getting their powers, time traveling to modern day, and their main enemy would be the Puppet Master, which is based on a pitch that I saw online. I don't remember where I saw it originally, but I put my own spin on it. It's the origin of how they got their names. They're introducing them into the modern world, getting them all their character arcs all set up. The second one I had based around Johnny Storm. The third one I had based around Sue. And when I was researching Sue, a lot of it was all about Malice. I ended up ditching that and making it about Annihilus from the Negative Zone. But I learned about that's where I learned about Malice, her dark half. Man, they cooked with season 1. Again, there's some truly phenomenal skins. I'll probably end up getting. I don't know if I'm gonna get Malice. I'll probably end up getting the Maker, though. Because that's really sick. Man, I'm excited. Alright, let's, Wow. Let's finish... So I have another 1,400. Can't quite buy everything. Alright, so I need 200 more to get this. So what is the current event? Oh, and it's all gallery cards. Okay, Blood Moon over the Big Apple, Manhattan. Maybe the only major metropolitan trapped in the state where the whole world is feeling the impact. Trigger recursive destruction 3 times at Empire of Eternal Night Midtown. Defeat 5 enemies with Brainiac bounce as Mr. Fantastic in quick match. Competitive or practice versus AI. I'll probably do it in practice versus AI. That's where I did the other stuff. Because it's easier just to, do that against bots. Launch 10 enemies with force physics as Invisible Woman. Win 2 matches in Midtown. Win 5 matches just altogether. So that's Spider-Man. What is that? Is that a vampire? What is that? So that's how I get this. The Thicker Than Blood gallery card. Ooh, a new Thor skin? Reborn from Ragnarok. That's some OG Thor. Oh, Thor 2007. That's some classic looking Thor, though. I love it. So, probably getting unlocking an item. Spider-Man. Oh, yeah, the Spider-Menace. Oh, so sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Got it. Win a match, health packs, take damage, give 2 upvotes, easy. Winter Soldier. I'm gonna be playing Mr. Fantastic, so yeah, I'll try it there. Doom's Rise, Eternal Night Falls. And that's where I get all the art. My winter celebration as Jeff. This is cool. Oh, so these are all going to be just the special events throughout. Oh, they added new stuff. Unlock all Eternal Night Falls. Listen to one conversation between members of the Fantastic Four. Read all their hero stories. Score 6 points in a single game of Doom match. As Invisible Woman, assist Fantastic Four members 10 times. Bounce 5 times with a single use of Brainiac Bounce. Use 2 different portals in a single game of Eternal Night Falls on New York. Talk with Bats the Ghost Dog. They have Bats the Ghost Dog, who's the ghost companion of Doctor Strange. Save Doctor Strange from the astral plane when Eternal Night Falls. Trigger Stark Sentinels. So that was a Stark Sentinel that I saw during the trailer. That was a Stark Sentinel. Awesome. The Reverse Destruction. Stop Herbie from scanning all pages of the Darkhold. Scan all pages of the Darkhold with the help of Herbie. So that's just win on one side, win on the other side. Right? With a push mission. As Invisible Woman, partner with Black Widow to land a KO. Partner with Iron Man to land a KO. Alright. Equip Snow Venom. Alright, let's, Is there more still? Oh, this is all new. Yeah, so they added new stuff. So this is what I had, right? Oh, I got all these. Bast and Black Panther. A corrupted Null Bast, who does have the spider logo right here. Bucky being captured. And the Guardians crash landing on Clinter. Okay.
The right heroes could make all the difference. I'm not the type who fades quietly into the background.
All right. Or projection. Probably should have gotten to practice first and see what they're all about.
Even when you can't see me, I'll still
We'll be
make
permanently
you believe.
invisible
We'll be
while
caught in 30 seconds. Stay
disengaged.
strong.
You know my weapons can still lock onto you, even when you're invisible.
I thought we were supposed to be on the same side, Frank.
We are for now. But in this business, that can change in a heartbeat.
I'll be sure to remember that. And when it does,
L2 is a shield.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
Okay, so it
3,
drops one right in
2,
front of them.
1. Here comes. You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks. Expecting Peter Parker?
You'll
what am I? Invisible?
Powering up.
Psionic surge! No worries, I've got your back. Force burst! That's much better.
You're quite welcome.
Okay, quit showing off, Unward.
Battlefield ready again.
Force burst!
Triumphed, as always.
Psionic surge!
We got company. Split. You think I brought a lot of arrows? Less defeating odds.
You stop them in their tracks.
You kind of walk right in front of that Loki.
Invisible? No worries, I've got your back. Force burst!
Split monsters. Okay, why not? I'm good to go. Get in there.
You stop them in their tracks.
Vortex field!
I'm counting on you, Ben.
Heavy weapons.
Do you have a license for that, Frank?
More scum scraped off.
Ha!
Huh? System air? Feeling fantastic. Clearly you needed some help.
Those spiders look way too familiar.
Get in there. I'm good to go. Oh, I'm fine.
Anyone willing to help? I'll put this to good use. Disappear!
And this creates a healing field.
I'm ready to put on a show! Psionic surge! More help is never bad.
Wherever they are, they don't look friendly.
Vortex field!
Born again!
No worries, I've got your back.
They have not moved. This is.
Those spiders look way too familiar.
Psionic surge!
It's spider time!
Bullseye.
Where am I? Invisible? Clearly you needed some help.
Oh, that's
wants to start?
This is yeah.
It just wasn't your day.
Force burst.
You stopped them in their tracks. No, never eat sushi again. Only 60 seconds left.
These squids. Psionic surge. Force burst.
Ah, I finally died.
You are under my protection. You are welcome.
Down to 30 seconds. I won't disappear so easily. Hold strong. We can do this.
Still got one up. They're finally pushing.
The final 10 seconds.
Force burst.
You'll have to keep fighting until you have clear.
Invisible?
Whoever they are, they don't look friendly. Powering up. Another
That was
victory.
wild. They got 0 momentum there. Alright, how did I do on healing there? 3,000 healing, alright. Alright, let's test out,
Welcome to the training ground. I'm Galacta, and I'm gonna guide you through the functions of each area.
Even when the multiverse is in danger, family still comes first. They look like they mean business. Your turn
so
to
is it like
disappear.
a boomerang? Did they go out and come back?
Double KO!
Disappear!
It's keeping them healed up. That goes through, okay. Go through all 3, it does.
Blindside.
Double KO! That's 3!
Psionic burst.
Wow, 4 in a row! 5! That's amazing! 6 in a row! Way to go!
3 in a row. Disappear! Vortex field. They look like they mean business.
Alright, that does a little
You
chip.
need a timeout. Clear the way. Force burst.
Double KO! That's 3!
Okay.
Psionic surge.
Okay, cool.
Your turn to disappear.
So it has a range around 25, not quite 30. this is for team ups. That's cool.
Feel the pull!
That triggers my invisibility. So. Oh, okay, it's right there. So it's. So if I'm not invisible, then I double jump. I re-become invisible, and it has a 6-second cooldown on that.
Psionic burst.
What I want to see. If I'm about to be like knocked off, can I?
They look like they mean business.
As silly as this seems,
Psionic burst.
it's gonna be hard.
I don't give up so
but I might be
easily.
able to pull enemies off. So it's every 6 seconds I gain a double jump.
Vortex field. Disappear.
So I can still see them through the invisibility.
Never even saw me coming. Psionic burst.
Double KO! That's 3!
Okay. Does she have any team ups?
My inventions have saved worlds, but the best thing I ever built
An extra
was
force
my
field?
family.
Great.
We've been discovered. Ha!
All right, let's try out Reed. So he's got a. All right, Gum Gum.
The odds weren't in your
So it has kind of like a sweep. So I'm gonna want to be moving.
That's 3! Wow, 4 in a row! Five! That's amazing!
a predictable outcome.
6 in a row! Way to go! Unbelievable!
All right. So we've got this big sweep. Okay, so there's a thing under him. I'm building as I do damage. So L1 kind of Gum pulls me towards them, and when I do enough damage, I enter the strong state where I get huge overshield. But it goes down rapidly once it ends. So every hit to it gives me about 5%. What's the cooldown? Is there decay on it? Okay, there is. So if I'm out of combat, it stops building. So I gotta be in combat, building this up.
That's one down. A force field.
Double KO! That's 3!
Okay, that's pretty cool.
Not so fast, friend. Double the failure.
So I have to stay within range to do that.
Not so fast, friend.
Oh, that's my rebound.
Fantastic!
Double KO!
Has arrived.
I only got 3 there. It said I have to do it 5 times?
That almost hurt. Well, hello.
Got it.
Your failure was inevitable. A futile attempt. This should come in handy. Oof. Let me return the favor. Excellent. Fantastic! Ha ha! Ha ha!
There's gotta be.
Fantastic! Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha! A futile attempt. Fantastic! Ha! Ha ha!
There's got to be a way to use his ability, because in the demo they did it like 5 times, and we saw in his achievements it's landed 5 times.
Ha! That almost hurt.
Okay, using abilities generates elasticity, boosting the attack power, reaching full, triggers an inflated state that grants shield and boost damage. Distended grip, knocks him in the air, flexible elongation, gains shield, select the target, dash towards them, dealing damage, and granting a shield to allies. Right here. Oh, so if I land a hit, it lets me leap again.
We've been discovered. Fantastic! Ha ha! Ha ha!
I got 4 that time. So it has a bigger range than you'd think.
Fantastic! Ha! Friend Bent. Ha ha!
Double kill! That's 3!
3 opponents neutralized.
Got it.
Not so fast, friend. Success!
So L2, R2.
Sorry about that.
Double kill!
L2, R2, slam.
No hard feelings.
Double kill!
Alright. It doesn't last long.
Fantastic! Ha ha! Ha ha! Ha! Oh! Bent. Ha ha!
Double kill!
That was simple.
Alright. I get it. I get the utility. For the season, let's... Let's see. So it's just a limit, get as many elims as possible. Within the Sanctum Sanctorum.
You're on your own this time, so choose wisely. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2,
Don't have to be
1.
a witch to find magic in this world. But
Pat's
it
the
does
ghost
help.
dog! If they make a Doctor Strange 3, they gotta
Chaos
include
surrounds
Pat's.
us, but I will gladly show it who is in control.
You've got one job. Take down as many enemies as you can. Sorry, someone just took over your top spot.
Khonshu cannot save you this time, Spectre. Now, a disappearing act.
This is cool.
You're mine.
Be right back.
Not
My
bad,
work here
Wolvie.
is not done.
I have many faces.
You're mine.
And so it begins. You're not going anywhere. Khonshu cannot save you this time, Spectre. An enchanted object. Interesting.
Wolverine again! I was able to take out a bunch of
A little help.
Spectres.
Double kill!
Mark Spectres, sorry,
I
Moon
want
Knights.
to make the same mistakes again. Now, a disappearing act. Be right there. Be right there.
Pure chaos!
Get the rebound. You rebounded me!
Let me return the favor. No hard feelings.
My work here is not done.
Chaos!
The Ankh has been removed from play. And so it begins. Goodbye for now.
Nine chaos, good.
Mind over matter.
This is a chaotic stage.
The other team needs to eliminate 6 more
A
players.
disappearing act. One of Moon Knight's Ankhs. Be right there. Khonshu cannot save you this time. Now, a disappearing act. Under my spell. Just what I needed. You're not going anywhere. Just what I needed. Goodbye. For now.
This is wild.
I want to make the
The other
same
team
mistakes
needs to
again.
eliminate 5 more players.
Goodbye. For now. Just what I needed. Goodbye. For now. Show's over.
That's supposed to hurt.
Pure chaos! Double kill! Summit, I enjoyed that. Oh, goodbye for now. Just what I need. Pure chaos!
Fantastic! Haha!
Dang it.
Oh!
It There's a Wanda behind me. Where'd that one? Oh, she dropped in from above me.
Fantastic! Ha ha!
I won't
She's
make
got
the
that
same
super
mistakes
Wanda.
again.
Is this the Daily Bugle? That's sick.
Khonshu cannot save you this time, Spectre. Now, a disappearing act. You're not going anywhere. Reborn from the chaos. Chaos control. Now, a disappearing act.
The other team needs to eliminate 4 more players. The other team needs to eliminate 3 more players. Leaving your goal.
Reborn from the chaos. Pure chaos!
Yeah. That's on me.
My fate isn't sealed yet. Goodbye for now. Be right there. Pure chaos!
Double KO.
Your fate is how foes have found us.
Judge, jury, executioner!
The other team needs to eliminate 2 more players.
This should help me here. A disappearing. The arc has been removed from play. Well, who's next? Goodbye for now. When I said no more mutants, I meant you, Logan.
Oh my god, this map is insane.
I have many faces.
You know there's gonna be some crazy. Mr. Night Agency.
The other team needs to eliminate 1 more player.
And so it begins. Khonshu cannot save you this time, Spectre. Goodbye for now.
Your powers are mine!
Show's over.
Double KO.
Your powers are mine! Judge, jury,
That's 3.
executioner!
I just got 3 KOs in a row there. That's pretty sick. That was still really cool. Sick. We're all big fans of each other. 6-sided victory, door to door, no more house call. Win a single Doom match. Save Doctor Strange from the astral plane. Use 2 different portals. Safeguard the sapping device. We got the Hive statue. Cool. Oh, they added a new bit here. That's cool. I like that they added a specifically, hey, do you want to play on the new map? Convoy.
Only 60 seconds left.
Oh, well. I'm joining.
Now or never. Stop them. Down to 30 seconds.
Mr. Fantastic, let's go.
Everything eventually ends. I'm here to make sure this is not the day that it does.
Technically, my team's already winning.
Don't come back. The final 10 seconds.
Let me return the favor. Fantastic!
Well,
Another epic victory. Big win.
I'm glad I contributed, guys. Did that count as a win? Yeah, it did. Counted as a win. I don't feel good about that. I don't deserve a like for that, guys. I joined at the very end. Yeah, see, I literally just joined. With 30 seconds left. Strange, Reed, Iron Man, and Moon Knight. We also know Cloak and Dagger are running around Midtown.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
I'm not the type who fades quietly into the background.
I've seen wonders out there in the cosmos few humans will ever behold.
Stark Sentinel.
When scientific resolutions prove insufficient,
They'll be coming in 30 seconds.
fists
Stay
do
strong.
come in handy.
Powers of stealth would make you an excellent assassin. I've been told that before, but that kind of violence isn't really my style.
If you came from my world, you would have little choice.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
One blade pierces the
Better stop that vehicle.
An immediate Moon Knight
I
Hulk
won't rest
combo.
until this is solved.
I am wounded. Who will help?
Better stop that vehicle.
Let me return the favor.
These raiders halfway. Stop them.
That almost hurt. Let me return the favor.
Be right back.
I won't rest until this is solved.
Oh damn! Look at some of this. Alright, so we definitely went the wrong way.
Maximum pulse!
Oh damn! I could have reflected that had I been there.
Fantastic!
I need assistance.
Whoa!
Now I'm confident. Watch your back. No match.
Housing. This should come in handy.
Step aside.
Goodbye for now.
Don't come back.
An extra force field? Great.
You stopped them in their tracks.
Better watch your back.
Feeling fantastic.
Prepare! A little help, please. I'm wounded. Who will help?
Only 60 seconds left. Watch me soar.
Let me return the favor.
I have a shield, but no complaints.
I've got you. That almost hurt.
Down to 30 seconds. Shield up.
A force field.
Hold strong. We can do this.
Let me return the favor.
The final 10 seconds.
Good work, Susan.
Better watch your back.
Another epic victory.
Huge. That was kind of sick. Come on, Dab Knight. You're not liking yourself? Very bold of you. Papers over digital, bouncing ideas. Use bounce 5 times in a single use of Brainiac Bounce. Yeah, baby. And this is all to get Storm. We didn't get to trigger Stark Sentinel. Defeat 5 enemies with Brainiac Bounce. Launch 10 enemies with Invisible Woman's, the psychic thing. Win 2 matches, win 5 quick matches. Oh, so we did that one. Good. So, all told, the standard battle pass will cost $10. Getting all of the lattice in here gets you back about $6. So about a $4 difference, unless you buy the special version, which gets you an extra costume. So I really do want to get the Maker. It's such a cool... I mean, I will say this. I love every costume we've seen so far out of them. Some of them I think are just fine, like King Groot or... No, I generally like the MCU skins. Yeah, there's some really good skins. Yeah.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
I'm not the type who fades quietly into the background.
Locked in Sue, locked in Reed right away. Jeff locked in, nice. Oh no, switching to Star-Lord. And a Penny, cool, cool, cool. Alright. I wouldn't hate one more tank or one more support. There you go, I'm okay with that. One more support from, So Stark Sentinel behind us, so this is Stop Herbie, right?
We didn't ask to be heroes, but we always answer the call.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
That's quite a complex suit for such a young girl to operate. I'm impressed.
It's not so tough when you get used to it. You just need to speak Square's language.
Well, we could use a voice like yours while we try to solve this Darkhold dilemma.
You've already got all the brains. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks. The master user is not going to be forced to make jumping around the
Vortex field! You forced my hand. A psionic surge! All systems go!
He's stuck in their tracks.
I have a shield, but no complaints. Oh my, invisible? Psionic burst! No worries, I've got your back.
Feel the pull! Fire mode! Here comes trouble! We lost their shield!
Feeling fantastic.
Where's Spider? Come on.
Over here, I can heal you. I've got you covered.
Problem solved!
I'll do my best to
Disappear!
feel the pull!
He stopped them in their tracks! Powering up!
invisible?
Double KO.
They went after me. Smart.
That's 3.
I'll fight for my family until the end.
Better stop that vehicle.
Trouble has arrived. Literally.
They made it halfway. Stop them.
Judge!
Took out both me and Jeff. To be fair, the support shouldn't have been standing right next to each other. That's on us.
Double KO. That's 3.
I'll fight for my family until the end.
There's still a chance to stop them. They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Anyone willing to help?
Someone scratch my back.
Systems restored.
Fantastic!
I am ready to put on a show.
These guys are about to shoot at us.
It's clear I'm still needed here.
Better stop that vehicle.
Ready to be deployed.
They've made it halfway. Stop them.
I'm opening a portal.
Literally. Problem solved. Enjoy the That was a little messed up. We should have known. Team player. That's me. Racking 'em up.
Force burst! Clearly you needed some help.
Incoming.
Stop them in their tracks.
Feel the pull!
Much better. The Punisher has assembled quite the weapon. Thanks from the bricks, baby.
Clear vortex field! That was a total blindside.
I was they're way out of our range. What am I doing?
A little help, please. Not sure how we'll solve this without you.
Judge! Jury! Execute!
Feel the pull!
Alright. Not bad, not bad, not bad. I was getting immersed. I completely forgot I was streaming for a second there.
Vortex field!
He stopped them in their tracks.
Fantastic!
Ah, start.
Double KO.
Thought you wouldn't see me again?
The point and delete.
I am ready to put on a show.
Ready for a boost? Wonder if I can feel that courage.
Now there's still a chance to stop them.
Clear the way!
Us against the world. Powering up.
Feel the pull! help.
Got one.
That was a little messed up there. Thanks.
You stopped them in their tracks.
Hey, Dee! Enjoy the amplifier!
Force burst. I got you covered.
どういたしまして
You never fail to impress
Down
me.
to 30 seconds.
We've been discovered.
Feel the pull. That was a total blindside.
I'm counting on you, friends.
This is a nice spot. Don't mind me.
Final 10 seconds.
No worries. I've got your back.
Who needs a power-up?
Fire mode.
Feel the pull. Anyone willing to help? And I...
Another epic victory.
So we triggered the recursive thing once. All right. So are we not technically the one that triggered it? All right. Deal damage, secure assists, take damage. The take damage will push, any of those will push me over the top. Oh, this is a breakdown of this, okay. I like how it's ore. They didn't do that in the last one. I do appreciate that. So I need to trigger recursive destruction 3 times. So I think I did both of those at the same time. That's fun. I do like this Penny skin because it's very clearly based on Rei Ayanami. She even has bluish hair. I'm excited for this Magneto skin. The Iron Man skin is clean. The Atom skin is clean. The Wanda skin is awesome. I think this is probably my favorite skin of the Battle Pass. The Atom skin is really good, though. I think Wanda's my favorite. Followed by Atom, Magneto, and Penny. I'm very excited for the second half of the season. I'm excited to play the Thing. Come on, change. Change. Change, change, change. Yep, the Darkhold Battle Pass. Oh, it was just the collab one. A lot of these are just buy them. I'm very curious why only some of them are dynamic. Those I have a dynamic that, and the Snow Symbiote, which is just so freaking cool. Yeah, tonight's been a good run. I don't feel I deserve this one. And it completely resets my settings. Oh, that's cool. But does it keep... It does. That's awesome. I've played her for 9 minutes in Doom match. Got 15 KOs, 1 assist, a best KO streak of 8. That's really cool that they're keeping track of your stats like this. I know they did, want to quickly check, did they release the stats, the pick rates? Yeah, here. So, in Quick Play, it's all the same. Competitive, it's separated, right? Yeah. So Quick Play, it's all PC console grouped together. Jeff had the highest pick rate and a decent win rate. Can I, like, sort by win rate? Storm was the least picked character. Namor, Black Widow, Wolverine, Black Panther, Squirrel Girl. This shocks me that Hela was one of the least picked. In the meta, wasn't she, like, phenomenal? Let's check competitive on PC for Hela. Had a 12% pick rate. 3 times the pick rate, essentially. Luna Snow was the #1 pick on PC. What about on console? Cloak and Dagger. Like, some of my favorite characters to play so far have been Cloak and Dagger, Penny, Luna, Jeff. I think I'm a support player. Although I did like playing as Punisher. He's the duelist that feels just the most fun, because it's just insane. Scarlet Witch I've been having a lot of fun with. Psylocke I've been having a lot of fun with. Magic I have a lot of fun with. I can't believe Storm is the least picked. She was one of the first characters that I picked to play as. I had a lot of fun as her. Wow. The Duelist. What's the top picked duelists is Punisher and Moon Knight are the top two. Who's the top pick? Vanguard. Venom, Penny, Thor. Magneto's the lowest. Really? I guess that makes sense based on this. Adam, I would say, has the highest skill ceiling for strategists, so it makes sense that he has the lowest pick rate in quick play. This is awesome that we get this. And we're going to get this every half season. So when they come out with the next patch in 5 weeks, or 5 to 6 weeks, this is going to be updated again. Are there any Twitch drops going on right now? Why did I switch to the Japanese website? I wanted Twitch drops. No? Okay. I love how insanely you could... This is... I love this game, man. Like, I'm clearly not the all-time greatest... All right. All right. Let's do a few more games. Are we on the other side? Or am I defending again?
The right heroes could make all the difference.
I'm not the type who fades quietly into the background.
Ah, you bastard beat me to it. Alright,
I'm here to finish the fight that my father began. I hope I make him proud.
Nope, we're defending again. This is a third defense in a row.
The spider controlling my suit is small, but fierce. Just like me. They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Please tell me this isn't the date night you've been planning for us, Reed.
No, but when you think about it, what could be more romantic than saving the universe side by side?
Literally anything.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, time for some 2, fireworks. 1. You know what to do, spiders?
Anyone willing to help?
These chrono energy readings are gonna blow out your sensors, spider. I know that sound. This is gonna hurt. Powering up.
Susan!
You know what to do, spiders? Time for some fireworks.
Oh, she was hiding right over there. Dang.
Double KO! Better stop that vehicle! That doesn't count. They made it halfway!
Damn, they're pushing hard.
Get ready. Here come the bad guys. Time for some fireworks. I'm counting on you, keep us safe. Mine's in place.
Ah, Wolverine. It came from behind the bus, guys.
Even better than my mutant power. Let's do this.
They waited there for
Ready
me.
for another go, Spider?
If I only died a couple seconds later, I would have spawned so much closer.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them. Here comes trouble. Mine's in place. Powering up. Disappear! Better stop that vehicle. Time for some fireworks. Time for some fireworks.
Even better than my.
No, that doesn't count. Better stop that vehicle. This is gonna hurt. Us against the world. Systems restoring. You're up, little one. Behind you. It's spider time!
Problem solved!
Behold the god of thunder!
Perfect hit, Spider! This is gonna hurt. So much better. Time for some fireworks. Stop them in their tracks! I needed that. You're up, little one. I thought he was supposed to figure all this out. Mine's in place. Arigato. I needed that boost. So much better.
Wolverine's an anti-tank, and he's wrecking me.
Ready for another go, Spider?
Good. Oh no, bad.
You needed a timeout.
Mine's in place. There's still a chance to stop them.
Directly behind you.
A little help, please.
Good.
You're thunder.
Ready for another go, Spider? They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them. Time for some fireworks. You know what to do, spiders? Disappear! Invisible? Us against the world! Whoever they are, they all look friendly. Powering up.
I'm doing this. I am Asgard's might!
You know what to do, spiders? Mine's in place.
More scum scraped off.
You got them all!
Have my thanks.
Coming from behind.
This is gonna hurt. Never fail to impress me, Reed.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Time for some fireworks.
Thanks.
Can we do recursive destruction anywhere but in the middle?
Whoever they are, they don't look friendly.
Your side.
Better stop that vehicle.
Oh, we're in Avengers Tower? That's awesome.
It's now or never. Stop them.
Damn Wolverine! All he does is go after me, which is his job. He's anti-tank. I get it.
Don't give them another inch, or else. Better stop that vehicle.
Time for some fireworks.
Disappear! Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Yeah. Yeah, no, he did what Wolverine's supposed to do and hunt the tanks, but damn, that was annoying. Alright, if I can get the Sue Storm. I still have yet to push with Herbie. I've only been on the defender side 3 times in a row.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
I'm not the type who fades quietly into the background.
Convoy, prevent Herbie. Again, we're on the defense side again. This is 4 times in a row. Alright, 3 DPS, a Vanguard, and 2 support. That's not bad.
It feels good to step outside my bubble every now and then.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Everyone is looking at me as if they know me. It's a strange feeling.
You may have just been unthawed in your timeline, but to us, you were a trusted friend for ages.
I haven't led a fighting force of this magnitude since the war. What if I don't live up to your expectations?
The battle
Our
starts
Steve
in
was
5,
the glue that held together
4,
countless teams
3,
of heroes.
2,
Trust me,
1.
you were born for this.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
No matter what worlds we come from, do not lose sight of that. No worries. A little help, please. Vortex field.
I'll be ship-shape in no time.
Feeling fantastic. It is an honor to serve alongside you, Cap. Force burst! Ooh, a touch of fear. I got you covered. Psionic surge!
So fast, friend.
Spider bots? I prefer Herbie myself. Feel the pull! Clear the way!
Finally bouncing back. Sorry, soldier.
That's much better.
I'll be ship-shape in no time.
Force burst!
You stop them in their tracks.
I've located a nest of synthetic spiders.
Everyone willing to help?
I appreciate you.
Clear the way!
Spider bots have been exterminated. Problem solved.
Disappear! I'll do my best to carry on, Reed. But I'm force burst!
This is gonna hurt.
I am ready to put on a show!
They've made it halfway.
Come on, guys.
Better stop that vehicle.
Here they come.
Watch me go.
Judge!
Coming from behind.
I definitely got enough pushes as Sue.
I'll fight for my family until the end.
Good work, Susan.
It's party time!
Ah, clearly you needed some help. Feeling fantastic.
Please. Cosmic bite.
What am I? Invisible?
There's still a chance to stop them. Better stop that vehicle.
Hell unleashed! Feel the pull! I've got you covered.
Much better.
Psionic surge! An enemy has arrived.
Rise, my friend!
That was a total blindside.
We hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
What is this current thing? Fair.
Second chance is over. Feeling fantastic.
Bro, bro.
I was hurting for certain.
Mutant kind!
Shield activated. Well, hello there.
Vortex field! That's much better.
My strength returns.
Disappear! Clear the way! What am I? Invisible? No worries. Force burst! Disappear! The robots have been stopped. That's better.
I am ready to put on a show.
I've got you covered.
Spider!
Psionic surge!
Meet your squirrely dude.
Feeling fantastic.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Feeling fantastic. I'll put this to good use. Feel the pull!
That should be
So we were doing fine. We kept them at bay for a good amount of time.
I'll fight for my family until the end.
They're getting a good push right now. Come on, guys.
Fear Magneto!
It's spider time!
Psionic burst! I've got you covered.
Assembled quite the weapon.
Disappear! A little help, please.
Rise, my friend!
Disappear!
What a relief.
Psionic burst!
Second chance is over.
They can't wait! Stop them!
For mutant kind!
That's much better.
Oh, close enough.
You stopped them in their tracks!
Clearly. More health is never bad.
What a relief. Quantum magic.
Feel the pull!
My cosmic might returns. That turret is unusually large. I require strength.
Feel the pull! Clearly you needed some help.
Much better.
Healing power.
Only 60 seconds left!
Attacks are futile.
Surrender your strength.
Ready and go.
It seems we have company.
Feeling fantastic. Disappear! Anyone willing?
Judge, jury!
I am ready to put on a show! Your turn.
Down to 30 seconds.
We gotta hold on.
Ooh, a touch of healing.
The Squirrels get the win? Really?
Disappear!
Stop the barrier! The final 10 seconds.
That was a total blindside.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. Double KO.
Hell unleashed!
Another
Hella yeah!
big win.
She's doing the dragon Chinese New Year skin. Because it's the end of the year of the dragon, the beginning of the year of the snake, right? I am a snake, fun fact. I'm an earth snake. Heck yeah. Come on. One person didn't do it. How did I do, healing-wise? Much better. 9,000 healing. Accuracy of 36. Blocked close to 10k damage. Their Cloak and Dagger healed 14. They're... Damn, she's an effective healer. Family matters, factory setting. Listen to one conversation between members of the Fantastic Four. Cool. Trigger Stark Sentinel's reverse destruction. Cool. I need 160 to get that. Alright. So we got page 1. Thicker Than Blood. Oh, and it's Dracula working alongside Doom. Alright, let's read it out. Tell me, why have you come here? You're a long way from Latveria. I have brought you a gift from one king to another, a tribute befitting the Lord of Vampires. A gift from Victor Von Doom? You think me a fool? Another one of your era's pathetic supervillains whose loyalty can be purchased with mere baubles? I am Dracula. I have reigned over the night for centuries. And with this crystal, perhaps that reign could become permanent. As could the night itself. Now you have piqued my curiosity, Master One. Tell me more. What you hold in your hand is called Chronovium. It was born from an experiment of mine that caused the fabric of time and space to unravel and reweave itself in unexpected ways. The chronal energy released in the process stabilized once again. It took this crystalline form. Shards of pure time. Fascinating. Not as fascinating as what could be achieved with this gem by one such as yourself. I have studied both the scientific data and the ancient texts. If my theory is correct, a single drop of blood from an immortal being could unlock the vast power. You could gain complete control over time in a limited area. Imagine a modern metropolis locked in a state of unending darkness. Become a permanent feeding ground for your minions. An empire of eternal night where you rule supreme. How lovely that would be if it were true. But I've never given reason to trust your words before, Doom. Why would I begin now? Because we both have much to gain from this arrangement. If you were to choose New York City as your new domain, your allegiance followers would keep the so-called heroes who dwell there fully occupied. It would allow us both the freedom to pursue our greater goals. What greater goal is there than eternal night? An existence where your people can walk in the daylight without fear. and with the proper spell pulled from the pages of the Darkhold, and enhanced by the power of the crystal, I believe that dream can become a reality. The vampiric verses. Indeed, I am not naive, Victor. There is something more that you're not revealing to me. Doom never reveals all, but I promise you, on the soul of my mother, that's something that Doom holds sacred. Sacred. I was gonna say sacrosanct, but sacred. His mother. This is not an act of deception. What I offered you will come to pass, should you choose it. All it takes is one drop of blood, you say. Just one drop. I do believe I can spare that much. After all, the streets of New York will be running red with it soon enough. That's really cool. And that's him literally spilling blood onto the Chronovium that Doom offered him. That's real sick. An ancient game. It looks like maybe Moon Knight and Dracula, so Khonshu maybe? The Fall of Midtown. I've studied pieces of the lore. We have not gone into the greater lore yet. You know what? Hold on. Let me... Last time I played this on stream, I started making a lore page. 4 timelines. So, Chronoverse 1 is Loki controlling Ysgard, which is Yggdrasil combined with Asgard to form a super empire. Chronoverse 2 is 2099, where Doom 2099 is taking over and Master Weaver is trying to protect Destiny. Chronoverse 3 is, we know, present-day New York. Under siege by Dracula. So we know a little bit more of the lore here. And distract the heroes. Vampires for control. Reed Richards wants to secure the vampires. Iron Man and Moon Knight want to eliminate them. And we think this is the main Marvel world. We don't know about where the Hydra base is yet, what universe that's in. I'm very curious. So season 1 was just about Doom in general. I'm assuming each season is going to focus on one world, right? And there's 4 worlds. So the first true season is focusing here. So let's actually make this Chronoverse 1. Which is present-day New York. We don't know what 2, 3, and 4 are yet. Yeah, so all I did when I was looking... So I made it to Groot, who's there. So all I studied in like an hour of reading the lore was the first line, which is kind of wild. Okay. Okay, all Hawkeye knew when he got aboard the Quinjet was he was heading out on a solo rescue mission, and it involved Hydra. That suited him. Extended mission prep wasn't really his style. You only need a certain amount of information to take a smart approach. Over preparation could dull your senses, keep you from being aware and responsive when things change in the field. As they always did. No plan survived contact with the enemy for long. For the first hour or so, as the craft arrowed south from a helicarrier stationed just above the big island of Hawaii, Clint kept to himself, watching the water go by. He'd never been a sparking conversationalist, so silence suited him. How you doing back there, stranger? Agent 13. Oh. Sharon Carter, right? Peggy Carter's granddaughter? Clint had nearly forgotten she was there after 2 hours or so, staring at the endless blue expanse of the Pacific. Clint decided it was time to make some conversation, so we're heading to Antarctica or what? Bingo. Although it does take a genius to figure that out. If you go south from Hawaii, you either hit New Zealand or Antarctica. Never said I was a genius, but I can read a map. Clint got up from his seat and started arranging his gear on a work table. Bows, arrows, swords, body armor, comms equipment, night vision goggles, emergency field rations. Then he broke open a kit bag with his name on it, only to find cold weather gear. Let me guess, you want me to stop Hydra poaching dinosaurs in the Savage Land? Oh, so they reference Savage Land, which is under Antarctica? It's Khazar, Sauron, not Lord of the Rings Sauron, the pterodactyl man from the X-Men. And it's full of dinosaurs. It's great. You would need cold weather gear for that. Oh my god, immediately. I would until I got there, unless you want me to fly to the border and risk Sauron sending a million pterodactyls. He's a psychic pterodactyl man who can control people with his mind. He's awesome. We're never going to see him realized in the MCU, which is the biggest shame of all time. Just saying. No Savage Land for you. In fact, we're going to Ross Island, which is only technically an island because it's connected to the mainland. It's by a 2-mile thick sheet of ice. Yes, the Ross Ice Shelf. I've heard of it. The target is a Hydra base. More specifically, the target is Bucky Barnes. Don't tell me. A cold knot formed in the pit of his stomach. Bucky had worked so hard to get free of the brainwashing he'd suffered after World War II. What a terrible thing if he'd been mind-controlled again. Clint thought hard about whether he would follow through on a mission to eliminate Bucky. He'd done worse things during his Ronin years, but he'd left Ronin behind. He was Hawkeye again. He was an Avenger. It's not what you think. 3 days ago, Barnes was sent to infiltrate and gather intel on Hydra activity inside Charteris Mount. Infiltration was successful. We got some brief comms from Bucky, but as of 8 hours after infiltration, comms were interrupted. We presume he's been a Hydra captive since then. Anything could have happened to Bucky in 3 days. But he was tough. We'll get him out. Why Charteris Mount? Because it's tunneled into the Erebus ice shelf. But Hydra probably has some mythological associations. Thought you'd never ask. In Greek mythology, Erebus was the son of Chaos, one of the primordial gods. It's the name of the Greeks gave the gate between the world of the living and the underworld. Hydra would go for that. Behind every myth is a bit of truth. Some of Bucky's comms were pretty scrambled. Old ruins and a cult angle. Should expect to run into monsters? It's all I can tell you. They're doing super soldier research. Bucky was loud and clear about that. Non-lethal, bladed tips. So, you ready for this mission or to be an Avenger again? Once an Avenger, always an Avenger. I'm talking about the mission. He wasn't sure he was an Avenger. He never felt like one. It wasn't easy to feel like you're an equal to a team when all you can do is shoot a bow, and other teams can call lightning or lift 100 tons. If he was honest, that's why he left. That's why he became Ronin. The thing was, once you're a hero, an Avenger, once you understand how powerful it can be to change things, to make things better with your own hands, you can't stop caring. Some people could, but Clint couldn't. So he stopped being Hawkeye and adopted a new moniker, Ronin, a samurai with no master. Oh dear. He kept an eye on situations that might need his help. He trained some new ways of fighting. He reinvented himself. He'd been doing a lot of things the Avengers would never notice. Street-level, local things, more like Spider-Man might do. Then he expanded to bigger-scale operations. Drug kingpins, human traffickers, the kind of people normal law enforcement can't get to, and superheroes didn't notice because they were too busy fighting Thanos or Dormammu or Doctor Doom. Dude, imagine a Dormammu level inside the Dark Dimension. That would be sick. Ronin traveled the world. By and large, he made it a better place. There were a lot of people alive because of Ronin, but there were a lot of people that never got back up. Bad people? Sure. But one night in a mansion high above the smoggy sprawl of Istanbul, where he just eliminated an arms trafficker, his entire armed retinue of maybe 20 bodyguards, Clint realized he'd stopped holding himself to any standard beyond what he thought was right. He was off the rails, becoming a vigilante nut like Frank Castle. It was only a few steps from there to the kind of deluded villain who thought he was doing the world a favor, like a vulture or Killmonger. He needed people around to keep him on track. That was the Avengers. He'd come home, picking up the Hawkeye mantle yet again with a few changes. Traces of Ronin that he would always carry with him. Maybe someday he would be free of guilt. The moral clarity of a fight against Hydra was something Clint badly needed. We're 5 minutes out. Monsters. Probably not, but you never know. Get in, get Barnes, get out. If Barnes can't be recovered, your priority is to get the info and get yourself out. If he's dead. Turning her back to him, she went to the cockpit. What if Bucky was gone again, mind-controlled again? Bucky would survive. Alright, so... Hawkeye, after leaving the Avengers to become Ronin... Winter Soldier. Oh, did I misspell shield? I did. Okay. Simple. And I think we learned from Captains that he teamed up with Hawkeye. This Hawkeye served with a version of Cap in the Avengers. This Cap saved Clint and Bucky from a crumbling Hydra base. When Bucky awoke, he revealed something whispering in his brain. Okay. So we know Hela is on Yggdrasil. We know Invisible Woman is in New York. We don't know where Iron Fist is. Iron Man is in New York. We don't know where Jeff is. Luna's a mystery. Magic's a mystery. Magneto, I think, is in New York. New York, New York. Right here. Hela offered her to support Loki's coup in exchange for an extension of Hell's territory into the realm of the living. She seeks to claim Yggdrasil's throne and the temporal power that comes with it for herself. From atop the throne of her realm, the Queen of Hell recalled feeling the shattering of worlds. The sundering of realities as unknown forces knit them together, differently. She remembered venturing forth into her kingdom only to discover that little had changed. However, Hela suspected she traveled beyond her realm. She would see profound changes interwoven in the Ten Realms. Her suspicions were confirmed. Mortals had done this, remade time itself, broken it, rewound different streams into a different braid of worlds. What power was this for men to wield? Immediately she set about scheming. She knew she must understand Chronovium. One of her thralls in life was a great wizard king. Had brought her a stone of sort she'd never seen in Hell. She paid it little mind until she grasped what the mortal Victor Von Doom had done. Then she sent the flock. Her crows scouted out the other realms, all returning bearing samples of Chronovium, the crystallized residue of the monstrous shocks of space-time continuum. Whoever learned to control it, Hela knew, would rule beyond Asgard, beyond the Ten Realms. Hela's intrigue deepened. New lands meant expanding the borders of Hell and welcoming vast numbers of new creatures into her ever-growing legions, perhaps even claiming the souls of great beings known as Celestials. Only recently had she become aware of them. And then, only through a new soul in Hell, cast there from another universe by, what had he called it? The Time Stream Entanglement. This pitiful mortal who met their end at the event spilled forth knowledge of vast realms of space. I wonder what soul... Her crows feasted on the mortal soul, her mind setting on a goal. The souls, and thus power, of these great beings would belong to her. And when they did, she would sweep unchallenged through the 10 realms, uniting them under the banner of Hell. Undoubtedly, Loki was hatching his own schemes. But Loki's schemes never worried Hela. Often his petty obsessions and caprices benefited her by causing conflicts that added to her legions. At some point, she suspected he would approach her proposing an arrangement, perhaps an alliance. The joys of family. Until then, she would proceed with her own plans, which led her to the current moment. As a messenger from a distant place she had never heard of before, her initial response was to annihilate it for the arrogant crime of trespassing in her realm. However, it seemed to her that the disruptions of time and space could be a gift. Had it opened new possibilities for Hell? Surely. New universes, so her crows stood perched, while the otherworldly emissary trudged to her throne room. A strange creature appearing like blobs and tendrils of tarry black substance, bonded with a host. Liquid flesh mingling aspects of its own nature and that of the host, currently a Jotun priestess. Even though she was no longer alive, enough of the Jotun soul was still present for Hela to feel her horror at being bound to a monstrosity. Null, Hela's allied with Null. The creature, however, the symbiote, had no misgivings, or at least did not betray them. Tell me, little creature, what brings you? You would do well to listen, Queen of Death. I bring tidings from Null, mighty Lord of the Abyss. And what is a Null? Is he the god of all creatures such as you? She made no effort to hide her scorn. This Null was in all likelihood as debased as the parasitic as his worshippers. His power is eons older than yours, ancient before light existed, and he has his own claims on creatures whose essences he has consumed. I take it he means to claim the Celestials as well. Null has learned that one of the Celestials is now in this realm. You cannot keep it as guardian. It is his to claim, and it will be the key to his freedom. I cannot. Hela stood from her throne. Bold of you, parasite. Tell me what I can and cannot do in my own realm. What enters Hell is mine, forever, in fact. Perhaps I will keep you. What manner of soul does a creature like you possess? The symbiote remains still. Hela let it wonder for quite a while as she pondered what she had already learned. The key to his freedom, the emissary had said. So this Null was a god in chains, yet he still possessed the reach to send a message to Hell. He knew the powers of the Celestials. He knew that tangled worlds had brought new souls into Hell. Therefore, there must be a way from Hell to... What is the world you come from, creature? Clintar, O Queen. A name she knew vaguely. People from a culture long since annihilated had once come to her realm from there. She considered a little longer. I release you. Release your host. The symbiote did, peeling and secreting and withdrawing from the skeletal form of the Jotun priestess. Return to your master and tell him he may rule Clintar, but Hela rules Hell. If he wishes to fight me, then he too will become one of my subjects. Do you have that, messenger? The symbiote mask quivered, but without a host it could not speak. Hela worked a spell, drawing forth knowledge from its mind, swirled open a gateway to a world of darkness, an impenetrable jungle where no sane mortal would tread. The symbiote sprang through the gateway and was gone. Null would know she could reach his world directly. Let him think on that and consider his next move. Hela gathered a massive Chronovium, imbued with the essence of Hell. Just as all lives must end, she reflected, all things must move through time. It did not follow that Hell could not grow and entangle between worlds. The Hell Chronovium was shot through with black and green. All living things in all realms, they shall be the thralls of Hell. They need not come to me. I will use you, Chronovium, to expand Hell. Not through space, but through time. Beings more ancient than the stars will be mine, and beings not yet born will be mine. This is powerful magic. It will take some time, but it shall be done. And then Null, he will be mine as well. She suspected the symbiote was not Null's only gambit. Doubtless he was plotting against her, seeking new ways to undermine her and reach Hell. Let him, she thought. Let him beguile mortals and persuade greedy gods that they can band together against me. That would bring me all the closer. She had already told the Symbiote emissary whatever entered Hell's with Hella's, unless she chose to let it go. Soon souls would no longer come to Hell, Hell would come to them. Her realm would only grow outward. Bring me the future, as I already rule the past. Damn, Hella's story is nuts. Okay, Okay, so... Oh, there you go. That's a cool story. Hella's story. Alright, we'll get there. More than halfway there. Alright. After the estranglement, the Invisible Woman taken full advantage of her powers, using stealth to explore locations and rescue civilians trapped by creatures of the night. Susan Richards took a deep breath as she stood in the window of the Baxter building and gazed on the city bathed in darkness. According to the atomic clock that her husband had installed in the kitchen wall, sunrise should have been over 2 hours ago. By now, the skyscraper's landing 42nd should have been glistening in the morning rays. Sue honestly couldn't remember the last time she'd seen any natural light save the haunting glow of the blood moon that hung ever present in the sky. A warm beverage for you, a synthesized voice said. Thanks, Herbie. You're a doll. I am a humanoid experimental robot, B-type integrated electronics. Dolls are not capable of independent thought. Of course not, just figure of speech. You look concerned, Mrs. Richards. Have things in the city taken a turn for the worse? Can't get much worse than a city locked in a state of everlasting night, especially when the city's been infested with vampires. This is the first time I've taken a break and lost track of the days. I have not. It has been 6 days, 22 hours, 37 minutes, and 12 seconds since your last... I get the point. If I want to make a real difference, I need to start taking better care of myself and my family. Despite the dire circumstances, I have made all the certain that Franklin and Valeria's needs have been met. So, both kids exist in this timeline. That's awesome. Valeria, named by Victor Von Doom after he delivered her and saved Sue's life in the meantime. Doing what Reed could not, because Doom is the best. More importantly, I am sorry. You don't think my children need me? Even after all I've done, this world is still falling apart, and instead of being there for Franklin and Val, I handed them off to a robot nanny. They deserve better. I am sorry you feel that way, Herbie said, immediately turning and floating away. Herbie, wait. Sue let out a deep sigh. Her exhaustion had started to get the best of her. She'd never been one to stop fighting before. Careful, dear, I'm running a test on the chronovium samples. Ben brought back from his latest recon mission. I got a fascinating theory about the effects of the crystal's chronal energy on damage. That's great, Reed. Have you seen Herbie? Not since this morning. We had a disagreement. After Tony Stark and I started working together, Herbie began to force a friendship with Tony's virtual assistant, Friday. That's kind of cute. Tony was going to allow Friday to pilot one of the Stark Sentinels on a mission into the city. Herbie asked if he might be able to leave the Baxter building to accompany her. My answer was no. He didn't take it well. Herbie wasn't built for combat, and he's so much more valuable here. I couldn't begin to imagine how our family would fare if something were to happen to him. You told him that last part, right? I might have been too distracted by the experiments to expand on my reasoning. Nothing new there. So Herbie was already feeling undervalued, and I went and made it 100 times worse. I'm picking up an emergency signal. Looks like he went into the city anyway, did he? We made him feel like he wasn't capable of doing something, so he went to prove us wrong. He's been spending so much time cooped in here with Franklin. I guess her son must have rubbed off on him. I'll contact Ben and have him go to Herbie's location. No. I helped make this mess. I need to be the one who cleans it up. Herbie couldn't have gotten far. Give me his coordinates and I'll get him back. Sue exited the Baxter building and took to the streets, using her powers to bend the moonlight around her, rendering her body invisible. She still had to be careful. Vampires lurking would still be able to smell her blood. Fortunately, Herbie's signal locator is only a few blocks away, near Grand Central. She headed east on 42nd, saw a horde of vampires engaged in a battle with an unexpected group of heroes. A scrappy scurry of squirrels! So Squirrel Girl's in Manhattan. She soon realized that they were holding their own against the vampires. Unbeatable Squirrel Girl. It's literally canonical. Perhaps they were part of Squirrel Girl's personal army, Sue thought. The tiny rodents gnawed and clawed at their foes. Sue continued her quest to find Herbie. Before she reached Grand Central, she heard a voice. I know you're there, lady. Sue turned to find the source but couldn't see where it was coming from. Down here. A small basset hound. Hey! Bats! Bats the ghost dog belonging to Stephen Strange. My senses work a lot different now that I'm on the other side. He continued. Can't hide much from this old pooch. I've seen you before, Sue said. You belong to Stephen, don't you? Sorry, what was your name again? Bats. The haunting hound replied. I don't belong to no one, but yeah, Strange and I hang out a bit. I think the doc took off somewhere to try to get to the bottom of the moon mess. So I've been getting out of the sanctum every now and then. Isn't he worried you'll be harmed? Sue asked, her invisible hand passing right through the ghost dog's head as she reached out to pet him. Maybe, but he shouldn't be. First off, I'm already a ghost. It's not like I can die again. Second, you humans tend to underestimate what us little guys are capable of. Yeah, we do. Speaking of which, have you ever seen a small robot? I saw a robot, all right, but it wasn't sure as heck it wasn't small. The dang thing crashed into Grand Central. Big, fancy hero like you might want to go have a look. Sue said, when she turned the corner, she saw the ghost dog had described. One of Tony Stark's massive sentinels embedded in the wall. A mechanical form severely damaged, sparking wildly, and there standing on the robot's shoulder was Herbie. She used her force field energy to create a platform that elevated her. There you are, I was worried about you. It's not me you should be worried about. It is Friday. I detected her distress signal when her mechanical form was shot down. She's no longer responding. Sue noticed Herbie's arm was extended, gently touching the side of the damaged head of the robot. So you weren't running away, you came to help her. I was not sure anyone else would. Even her maker. I'm sure Tony has a backup copy of Friday's operating system. But who knows when it was made? It might not contain any of her recent memories, experiences, including the friendship she built with you. Affirmative. That is my primary concern. One of many. You've every right to be upset. I can imagine what I said at the back really made you feel. That is not what I meant. I was referring to them. Sue looked to see a group of vampires beginning to climb the damaged sentinel. I'll take care of them. Herbie, you focus on recovering your friend. Sue leapt down, engaged the vampires in battle, hurling force projectiles at some, wrapping others in containment fields. Dude, if they do a PvE story mission for some of this stuff, I would love that. As she continued to fight, one of her force constructs slammed a vampire into the heavily damaged arm. Upon impact, the arm seemed to repair itself. Almost as if time was rewinding, Sue couldn't believe her eyes. She released her repulsor blast, knocking back several bloodthirsty foes. Interesting. Dr. Richards shared with me his early research regarding time fluctuations. Crystallized energy, chronal energy called chronovium. Any additional data we can collect. Unfortunately, she didn't have time to explore the phenomenon any further. The number of vampires was continuing to grow. She could barely keep up with their attacks. The mental fatigue had been experienced earlier is now affecting her physically as well. She erected a force field around herself, preventing the vampires from reaching her. But she knew she could only hold on for so long. Do not fear, Mrs. Richards. Help is on the way. Sue expected to see the rest of the Fantastic Four arrive, but instead a tiny army of spider bots skittered into sight. Some began to fire laser blasts at their fanged foes while others detonated themselves. Never underestimate the little guys, Sue said. remembering what Bats told her. A number of vampires dwindled. Are these friends of yours too, Herbie? They are now. They claim that they heard Friday's distress call and came running as fast as their tiny legs could carry them. They don't look like Peter's work. They tell me they were built by a different Parker. Penny, I believe. Though I may be mistaken, their programming language is decades beyond my own, and also in Japanese. Well, it's not their creator I should be thanking, it's them. And you are? And you? Me? Why? Because your little adventure reminded me why I've been trying to keep you safe in the Baxter building to begin with. Because I'm a tool you cannot risk losing? You're not valuable because you're a tool, Herbie. The reason we can't risk using you is because you're family. Tools can be replaced, you can't. And while you may have not been designed to fight vampires, we didn't give you enough credit for what you're capable of. Your words touch me, Miss Richards, deep in my central processing core. Glad to hear it. A shroud of invisibility. Let's get you back home safely once we restore Friday's memory files and get them back to Tony. I'm going to talk to Reed about giving you a few upgrades. As it turns out, I am perfectly happy the way I am. Though, I suppose a few lasers could come in handy now and then. Alright. That's pretty cool. So... Invisible Woman. Sue, So I think, I might be wrong, I think Hydra Base might be part of the same, this one. Or, sorry, the Wakandan Empire. Oh, wait, no. So that's it. Right? So Chronoverse 1 is Empire of Eternal Night. 2 is Yggdrasgard. 3 is 2099. 4 is the Intergalactic Empire of Wakanda. Right? So, we know currently in here is Loki and Hela, sorry, are the only two we know are in Yggdrasgard right now. In the Empire of Eternal Night... I misspelled Manhattan. Is Moon Knight, Mr. Fantastic, Invisible Woman, The Thing, Human Torch, Iron Man, Squirrel Girl, Cloak and Dagger. We know Adam is in this timeline on Clintar, right? Black Panther is here, along with Captain America, Hawkeye, and Bucky. Black Widow is somewhere in this universe. Right? Wait. Oh, hold on. Oh, right. No, they are in 2099. So this is all in the same universe. right? So we don't know what Chronoverse 4 is. Because in Shibuya 2099 is Black Widow. Hulk's was a backstory. So we actually don't know where Hulk is right now. Doctor Strange is in modern times, but he's trapped in the mirror world. Groot is currently on Clintar. Fog over the Kunlun Mountains. Okay. The Dragon Chi, Lin Lei, making him the new Iron Fist. He bore the title of the Sword Immortal, which is this costume when he was Swordmaster. Xiao Lao. The young Iron Fist faced a daunting trial, pulled the isolated Kunlun into an interdimensional conflict. The realm was in turmoil and the gods were at war. Okay. Okay, Lin Lei closed his eyes and opened his mind. He had come to the sacred place beneath the Tree of Immortality in the fabled city of Kunlun to meditate on the current state of the universe and his place in it. And thanks to recent events, he had far more to ponder than he ever imagined possible. Lin Lei reflected on how his own journey had brought him here. Not long ago, he was an ordinary young man living in Shanghai, just another face in a sea of 24 million. All that changed when his father, an archaeologist, gifted him an ancient, mysterious sword. Lin Lei would learn the blade, known as the Sword of Fuji, which was used to vanquish the demon Chiyo 5 millennia ago. Pulled into a modern-day conflict between the mystical forces, Lin Lei became here known as Swordmaster, wielding his legendary blade. He fought alongside the Agents of Atlas, who are a Korean-based superhero team that Luna Snow is a part of. The second Hulk, Amadeus Cho, was a member for a short time. A network of Pan-Asian heroes dedicated to combating global threats. During a battle with the vicious Kumiho, Lin Lei found himself gravely wounded and his sacred sword shattered. When he awoke, not only was he on the shores near the mystical city of Kunlun, he was also in the presence of an ancient dragon, Xiao Lao the Undying. The dragon saved his life by bestowing the boy with powerful chi, granting Lin Lei the power and mantle of the protector of Kunlun, the immortal Iron Fist. It's an honor. I wonder if they're going to mention Danny Rand. Then the time stream happened, a multiverse by a pair of mad tyrants, the entire dimension to collide and collapse. Kunlun's unique place just outside of reality had kept it safe. This time, the fabled city would not escape the cosmic conflict unscathed. The time stream entanglement ripped through the pocket dimension, which Kunlun existed. The city merged with the other cities of heaven. Oh, that's one of the best arcs of Danny Rand's. Was the tournament of the cities of heaven. Kunzi, Panglei, Tiger Island, Zagambo, and the Kingdom of Sinners. Oh god, the Spider Bride. And the Undercity. In the past, these mystical realms had only existed in space every 88 years, converging in a great tournament, the Immortal Weapon Tournament. Yes! But now they've been joined together. To make matters worse, all the immortal weapons, from Crane Mother to Fat Cobra. Fat Cobra is awesome, despite the name might shock you. from Crane Mother to Fat Cobra had vanished from this newly amalgamated Heart of Heaven. Linley was the only one of their number who remained. He wondered why. Was it because he had not earned the power of the Iron Fist the same method as his predecessors, by plunging their hearts into the heart of Shao Lao? Was he legitimately as Iron Fist, as an immortal weapon in question? Or had he broken the shards, which were now embedded in his hands, somehow protected him? He didn't know. Linley opened his eyes in a green mist floating around the Tree of Immortality. He was silent as death. Its protector, he knew he was no longer alone. A thief, he whispered. He readied himself for battle, focusing the chi into his hand. Without warning, he felt something strike him, first in the stomach, then his face. A ghost. A very strong ghost. The mist blurred. Linley swung his glowing fist blindly, delivering a mighty blow that split the fog in half. The mist came back together, swirling around the tree. Is it Hela? The fog coalesced, a human form. He couldn't identify the thief from the distance, but that didn't stop him. He let out a cry of intense pain as he leapt in the air. The shards, the remnants of the sword, extended from the back of his hands and plunged him into the stone, using the blades to scale the wall with ease. Oh, that's so cool. By the time he reached the rooftop, the thief was already on the run, racing over the rooftops of Kunlun. Every time Linley managed to get closer, the thief turned in a new direction. He knew every corner of Kunlun and the other capital cities by heart. Who are you? Soon the thief diverted his path to the rooftops, down to the lowest levels of the city. Stop. The thief glanced back for a second. Linley recognized who he was. The Prince of Orphans, the immortal weapon of Zagambo. What was he doing here? Why was he stealing the enchanted fruit? Where were the heavens? Was he leading Linley? The Prince of Orphans vanished through the gate. He noticed newly etched symbols on the stone. I can't. Nope. The Land of Shadows. He crossed the gateway. He found himself in an unfamiliar realm, not part of the 7 capital cities. A thriving underworld full of criminals and Yaoguai, ancient demons. There were also normal people walking the shadowy streets. Dude, can we get the 7 capital cities of heaven as a map? Linley wished he had time to explore the strange place. He couldn't afford to lose track of the Prince of Orphans. His fellow mortal weapon could shed some light on this dark place. The green mist. Again, the green mist makes me think Hela. So it makes me think Hela is invading other worlds and stealing their champions. He was immediately attacked by the Prince of Orphan, who delivered a signature move, Jaw Snapper, and Twilight. Linley was laid low by the brutal strike. I expected better from the Iron Fist. Sorry. Okay. The Land of Shadows. Alright, so he's not really involved with anyone else. He's kind of doing his own thing right now, Iron Fist. Okay, Iron Man. We know he's leading the battle in Manhattan. You know the worst part about vampires this Friday? The fact that they've taken over Manhattan thanks to an ancient curse and thrust the entire city into a state of eternal night? Well, yeah, that. But they're a pain in my shiny metal butt when it comes to taking them down. As if to prove Tony's point, a cluster of missiles hit the ground. The small group of vampires prowling the street of Hell's Kitchen. Most of my targeting systems are thermal, and since vampires aren't alive, they don't generate any heat. Do you have any idea how many missiles I've wasted? My most recent count is 1,963, or approximately $98 million. I get it. I'll find a better way. A few minor modifications to your weapon would improve your accuracy by 372.2%. I can project the revised schematics for your review if you wish. It'll have to wait. For now, we'll do it the old-fashioned way. He swooped in front of a group of vampires with at least a few strong repulsor blasts from his palms, each of them missing his foes by inches. I'm not sure that switching to manual targeting is yielding any better results. Maybe. I'm not trying to hit them this time. At least not yet. The creatures of the night huddled closer and closer together to avoid the onslaught of energy bursts. The horde turned to flee, but they were herded into a corner. Iron Man had them exactly where he wanted them. Unibeam Armor Overdrive. Instantly, the reactor in the center of his chest began to glow with an intense power. A concentrated beam emanated, washing over the vampires. When the light faded, the horde lay defeated. Wow, I needed that. Well, I'm glad you got it out of your system, Tony, because I need your help. You're such a buzzkill, Reed. His fellow scientist, Reed Richards. Ever since Doom had unraveled the boundaries between time streams, countless dimensions had been destroyed and the world did survive but had been thrown into chaos. Tony and Reed put their big brains together to design a machine that might be able to reintegrate the timelines and restore the remaining realities to the way they had been before. But even with the help of the think tank of super geniuses, including T'Challa and Shuri from an interstellar Wakandan empire, their efforts hadn't produced any tangible results. That's because the time stream reintegration device required a massive amount of kernel power, secured enough chronovium. Tony wasn't about to risk doing any more damage to space or time. Ben just got back from his latest recon mission, and he recovered something that might be of great value. A lifetime supply of garlic? No. A chronovium crystal, one of the purest I've ever seen. They put it in a necklace and give it to Sue, because unless it's generating enough kernel energy to operate the TRD, at full capacity we're not using it. Stop being so stubborn, Tony. We both know that real science requires experimentation. We can't trust the TRD to fix all the universe's problems if we haven't properly tested it first. The way I see it, we got one shot. We check the numbers, the design is flawless. The device is our golden ticket to fixing the time stream. I'm not looking to change course here. If we rush it, we wreck it. We could lose our only shot. And I had my share of luck in Vegas, but this one gamble, I'm not ready to take. I suppose not. We can't stay in the holding pattern forever. The time will come where we have to pull the trigger, ready or not. Take it from a guy who used to make weapons for a living. Even when you think you're ready to pull the trigger, you never really are. This is showing Reed's over-eagerness to help very well. Reed thinks he's doing the right thing all the time, and that often leads to disaster. Another voice. Funny, I've never had that problem before. Tony had been so caught up, he failed. The white-clad warrior known as Moon Knight. You're a little late to the party, Spectre, Stark said. I already cleared out the unwanted guest. That's not what Khonshu told me. He says the Vamps have been using the site as a secondary nesting ground. If there were more of them here, my armor would have. Tony stopped, realizing his mistake. He hadn't herded the vampires into the structure, they herded him. They must have somehow figured out his armor thermosensors wouldn't alert him to the presence of more bloodthirsty kin lurking silently in the rafters above, waiting to strike. Who's crazy now? Moon Knight asked, the dozens of vampires suddenly descending. Still you, but I guess you're not the only one now. The whole world has lost its damn mind, said Moon Knight. For the first time ever, Khonshu might be the only one making sense. You mean the moon god you're always talking to? What's he got to say this time? He says that you've been focusing on the wrong problem. You're so busy trying to save the universe, you're forgetting about saving the people in it. So we should stop the vampires first, then fix the time machine? Stark said, furiously firing every weapon. Easy to say, but we've been trying to come up with new ways to combat the city's current crisis. As you can see, nothing's working. Science isn't going to solve this. He pulled a small ankh from his belt. An ancient curse calls for an ancient solution. He raised the ankh over his head. It began to glow. The blinding rays of moonlight shining down sent the remaining vampires running for cover. You would have another one, like a really big one? No, but I might have something better, a plan. There's a forbidden spell called the Montesi Formula. Khonshu says it could wipe out the vampires for good. What's the catch? The spell was written in the Darkhold, and all the pages of the Darkhold got scattered across the city when that other Wanda pulled Doctor Strange back into our dimension. So we have not read Doctor Strange or Wanda's stories yet. Khonshu says he knows where we can find the page we need. A hero like you isn't going to want to hear it. I know when I say the spell can wipe out vampires for good, I mean it. That includes all the innocent New Yorkers that have fallen prey to Dracula's Legion. That's a lot of potential casualties. You used to deal in war, Tony. You knew better than most that casualties are part of the equation. The price is just too high. Never dreamed the day where I hear Tony Stark say those words. Neither did I. I'm not sure how long I can keep convincing myself that they're true. Khonshu's chosen avatar leapt in the air, quickly bounded from one steel girder to the next, his white cape flowing behind him. It's time to let the magic clean up its own mess, Stark. Are you with me or not? Before he could answer, alarms began to blare. No time to talk to us. Picked up a massive power spike over Central Spark. From my readings, it seems to be Asgardian. Did Thor finally show his pretty blonde head? It's a big negative. Intense mystical energy. Great, more magic. Just what I needed. When he reached the level where Moon Knight was perched, Iron Man paused. Will you come or not? That depends. Whose side are you on? I'm on the side of whoever can end this nightmare, and so far that hasn't been us. Oh yeah, that's wild. So Iron Man. So he's in New York. Wait, I did do Doctor Strange, didn't I? Yeah, he was here. He hid the Darkhold in the astral plane. So, it'll probably be during Wanda's story that we found out how she got him out. So we still don't know which realm Iron Fist is in. We know the next map that's going to be available in the second half of the season is Central Park. So I wonder if this will be referenced then. That could be kind of cool. After getting captured and displayed as a curiosity in the Collector's theme park, Jeff broke free when the TSE scrambled reality. He swam another lap around his glass enclosure. Frustration finally began to settle in. He had tried so hard to stay his usual optimistic self ever since he lost track of how long he'd been captive inside the theme park created by the Elder of the Universe, the Collector. He didn't really know how he got here. One second, he was frolicking the endless waves lapping the California coast with his BFF Gwen. The next, he was here, trapped within a tiny tank that he couldn't seem to chomp his way out of. Since his unexpected arrival, he had pieced together why he was here. Jeff had visited a zoo before with another of his friend, an archer called Kate, and now he thought that he was probably in one. Just another exhibit on display. Jeff didn't love being confined in his tank, but he had taken some comfort in the fact that he wasn't alone here. While none of the other creatures around him seemed to be fluent in Landshark, one was, he could hear in his head, Mantis! Was Mantis captured by the Collector? Okay. There's one thing she loved that Jeff loved other than devouring everything in his past. It was new friends. But the thing Jeff hated was when those friends were in trouble, which is why Jeff suddenly lost his cheerful demeanor. Jeff felt Mantis' psionic scream when she was removed from her cell and dragged away. He had heard the guards talking about taking her to some arena where the Collector's prisoners were forced to fight for their lives against multi-dimensional variants of themselves. Jeff had no idea what any of that meant, but he knew Mantis was in trouble. That made Jeff mad. He began to swim frenzied circles, increasing his speed by swishing his tail and paddling his tiny legs as fast as he could. When he built enough momentum, he propelled himself through a wall. The only result was sharp pain in his sweet little face smushed against the crystal clear wall, not the slightest chip or crack in the glass. Though a few may have left behind in his teeth. It was clear Jeff would need another plan. He floated there, dazed from the impact. Jeff wondered what his friends back home would do. Kate would use an explosive arrow. Gwen would find an unexpected way to break through the wall, probably the fourth one. Elsa, Bloodstone, would have hidden some ancient enchanted blade in her ponytail to slice through the impenetrable glass. And Wade would simply sweet-talk the guards into letting him out. Deadpool. Winning their favor with false promises of money and tacos. None of these things were an option for Jeff. He was stuck here, and the thoughts of his lost friends, including Mantis, left him feeling more and more... Dude, Elsa Bloodstone would be a cool character. She was in, Werewolf by Night, right? That would be pretty sick. If we could do, like, Howling Commandos and the Monster Soldiers. Elsa Bloodstone would be a solid character. She'd be a duelist. Then he sensed a familiar tingle. Mantis was alive and she was coming back for him. Jeff couldn't help but grin as his friend approached, flashing several rows of serrated teeth. This was the first time he had seen Mantis in person. While he may not have known her face, he immediately recognized her mind. He's going to draw the guards, another voice said. In all his excitement, Jeff hadn't even noticed that Mantis was not alone. She had another humanoid with her, more dark and brooding in demeanor. She did not look nearly as happy to see Jeff as Mantis did. And to be honest, Jeff wasn't convinced he liked her much. Jeff... Meh? Meh, 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 meh. Yeah, it's it, meh. Jeff grunted quizzically, noticing the way the second woman was looking at him. He felt as though she was sizing him up, preparing to strike him down the second he was no longer any glass between them. Don't mind her. Is it magic? Is my immediate guess. She wants to get her hair as bad as we do, and knows the only way we can have it is if we work together. Not seeing it. Okay. Despite the fact that they were attempting to break out of the Collector's exhibition, they had no idea. Dude, I can imagine I can imagine all of these as levels. The Collector's exhibition. So you could feature so many Easter eggs from the cosmic side or the weird animal side of Marvel and display them all in the Collector's Coliseum. There was something about this humor that made Jeff feel everything was going to be alright. It was clear that he had the same effect on her. Mantis continued to fiddle with the latch on Jeff's tank. Just as a squadron of armed guards came into view, the guards shouted something in an alien language. Jeff could sense Mantis was already reaching out with her mind to divert them. But as quick as Mantis' thoughts were, somehow their new friend managed to get to the crew first. Her blades flashed in a glittering dance, and in seconds the guards were down. Again, I'm thinking magic. Jeff said, trying to express his appreciation to the purple-haired warrior. Psylocke! Psylocke was captured by the Collector? Alright. Her cold gaze never softened. Jeff could sense that her mind was powerful, just like Mantis's, but her thoughts and emotions were heavily guarded. Jeff wanted his newest friend to like him as much as Mantis did. But for now, it would be no, she no longer seemed to want to kill him. Jeff finally swung open Jeff's tank, releasing a flood of water. He emerged from the miniature wave it created, propping himself up on his stubby legs and giving his body a quick shake. The other woman was not nearly as amused. Okay, let's go. Termination. As Mantis and her companion forged ahead, Jeff found himself distracted. It was unlike anything he had ever encountered. On land or sea, it smelled delicious and powerful. Before he realized what he was doing, he veered off from his companions, entering the Collector's private gallery. Here, the Elder of the Universe had gathered the most powerful items and artifacts in existence, and was displaying them for the wealthiest patrons to gaze upon. Jeff didn't know what they were. Not the 6 colorful stones, or the glowing cube, or the otherworldly crimson gem, nor the flaming demonic scroll. He hadn't eaten in a very long time. So, obviously, the Infinity Stones, the Cosmic Cube, which in the comics is a separate item. And if you watch the MCU, you know of it as the housing for the Power Stone. But in the MCU, the Cosmic Cube is a very different thing. Otherworldly crimson gem. Could it be the gem of Cyttorak, maybe? Flaming demonic scroll. Not sure. Jeff's instincts took control. He opened his tiny jaws and started to swallow down almost everything in the gallery as he could. Alarms began to blare, but that didn't stop him from consuming one object of power after another. There you are, Jeff. We thought we lost you. Are you okay? Merp. Jeff belched in response. His tiny tummy had started to rumble. He gulped down a little metal vial marked PIM. Jeff blushed with embarrassment, and Mantis chuckled. Even the steel-willed stranger couldn't help but smirk. But all the levity faded as another group of guards arrived. Tavane is going to have her heads. Tanalier Tavane is the collector. Not if we bring him theirs first, so that the guard responded. Without a second of hesitation, Jeff leapt between the guards and Mantis, instinctively shielding his friend. But as they intercepted the attack, something extraordinary happened. Jeff grew to 10 times his regular size. Must have been something he ate. The enlarged Jeff let out a delighted squeal as he charged towards the guard, all of whom dropped their weapons and retreated. As soon as they were in the clear, Jeff beckoned Mantis and her friend to follow him. That's not the right way, Mantis said. We found the hangar. It's in the other direction. Mer, Jeff said confidently, fully aware of what he was doing. Oh, I see. Good boy, Jeff. The woman raced after the giant Jeff back into the heart of the menagerie. Stand back, everyone, Mantis cried out directly to the minds of all the captive creatures. As the alien assemblage took cover within their cells, the land shark gave a mighty twirl, swinging his tail with tremendous force and shattering through the outer glass walls. The life forms once trapped suddenly emerged, seeking their own way out of the Collector's custody. He freed all of the menagerie! Jeff, you're such a good boy! I know, Jeff. We don't have time to save them all, at least not yet. Come on, the curious companion said. This may be our only chance. Together they entered the hangar. Mantis located a spacecraft similar to the one she had flown during her time with the Guardians. Relief washed over her. We're finally free. We can go home now. The Stoic Warrior paused. She didn't need Mantis' empathic abilities to sense the sadness radiating through Jeff's mind. He looked back towards the creature rampaging through the theme park below. And they will be free too, Mantis said reassuringly. We'll help them. We'll come back later. Well, that's adorable. That's truly adorable. Jeff. My dad's name is Jeff. It's so weird saying, just talking about Jeff. All I can think of is my dad. Sorry, Oxford comma. There you go. And we know, so now we know Jeff and Psylocke are in 2099. Let's do one more row. In the immediate aftermath of the reckless mortal's clumsy scrambling of timelines, he noticed something quite curious. The sap leading from Yggdrasil had a new magical essence. He began to experiment with it, shape it, concentrate, and intensify it. Time, he discovered, was the core of its essence, and right away he conceived an intense desire to visit a future Asgard to see what mischief he might make there. Quickly he learned how to do just that, and he came not only disappointed but frightened. Saddened, the future of Asgard he beheld was a ruin. The throne broken and cast down. Its collections looted, its surviving people grubbing in the ruins to survive. No, this is not Asgard's only future. He brewed the enchantment once more and discovered an Asgard overrun by Jotun, with Laufey himself grunting on the throne as Asgard's people little more than bones. And another, Asgard in flames, with Surtur bestride a blazing trunk of Yggdrasil, while fabled towers of the realm collapsed in fiery rubble. Another, wind-swept and empty, the cask of eternal winters broken open in the throne room. Another, shattered into drifting fragments against a sea of stars. Ooh, hold up. Crossing the Sea of Stars. Just find that interesting. The exact terminology was used. His next one is called Journey into Mystery, which is the old comic that I think a lot of Thor stuff originally happened in. Another impossibly sunk under an ocean, with vast shadows moving in the moonlit waters above. Hundreds more, thousands more. Asgard burned, Asgard frozen, Asgard overrun by dark elves or dwarves or enemies from Midgard or the worlds beyond the stars. A Kree devastated Asgard, an Asgard ravaged by the Eternals, an Asgard ruled by an alien overlord whose minions oozed and sprang like living shadows, hunting down the last of the realm's true subjects. In all of these, Loki did not find one thing for which he truly searched: himself. And then, at last, an Asgard mighty and unbroken, an Asgard overarched by Yggdrasil's branches and underpinned by Yggdrasil's roots. Her towers shining, her people vibrant, her wealth untouched, her throne occupied by Loki. He reeled back into his own time, mind aflame with the implications of what he had seen. How many destroyed Asgards had he witnessed? After all that, the one surviving realm was ruled by himself. Well, Loki thought, the only Asgard that survives this absurd misadventure is one which my destiny is truly acknowledged. My primacy accepted, my sovereignty celebrated, as it should be. Now remains the work of bringing this future to pass. Immediately, his crucial points of the plan presented themselves. First, of course, there was the maneuver the Allfather into an unending Odin sleep. Tricky, but he'd done it before. The biggest obstacle was making sure that Heimdall didn't notice until it was too late. Then he could use Thor's desire to help his father against him, guiding him along a certain place where Loki wouldn't have to worry about him for a long time. Those were powerful enchantments, even for Loki. He was going to need a co-conspirator. A brief time. Karnilla, of course. Aligning with the Norns was absolutely necessary. The Queen of the Norns. Aligning with the Norns was necessary if he were to retain rule over Asgard. He had witnessed, and while the master of magic, the Queen of Norns was no great schemer, at least not compared to the god of lies. He thought of Karnilla's closest ally, Hela. She was family, after all. All things should be kept in the family whenever possible. Also would be vast power of the unlimited legions who keep the Valkyrier and Crimson Hawks busy, leaving the throne unguarded. Loki could figure out what to offer Hela in return. He manifested in her realm unannounced, just because he could. He knew it annoyed her. As soon as she sensed his presence, she sent an escort. The retinue of fallen Asgardian warriors riding skeletal horses and singing the ghostly songs of the Asgardian dead, who never made it to Valhalla. To the accompaniment of these mournful, discordant strains, Loki followed his escort to Hela's throne. In this kingdom, bones twisted by dark magic paved the path to her new castle. Particularly favored souls became a feast for the Nostrand crows. He hated the decor even more than he hated the thought of Thor sitting on the throne of Asgard. And speaking of thrones, Hela sat on hers, regarding him with an imperious and icy stare. Loki, whatever foolish scheme you brought here, be rest assured you will not succeed. Return to your realm and disturb me no further. Oh, sister, great queen. Whenever you call me queen, Loki, or for that matter, sister, I know you want something. Tell me what it is and spare me the insincere implication that you care about family. I do very much. Our family rules realms. We have the responsibility to rule them as well. Unfortunately, we are not currently doing that because I am not ruling Asgard. I propose to rectify that, and you want my help? My plan would succeed with or without you, but as I said, we're family. Why should I? Why, to be rid of the Allfather, whose time has passed, and to be rid of the beloved Odin's son, who would otherwise succeed the throne of Asgard. You see, of all master plotters, you are the easiest to predict, because all your plots ultimately are about one thing. You've begun working new magic. I smell it on you. Tell me. The sap of Yggdrasil. Observe. Loki cut a small notch in the world tree's roots, and the sap oozed out. He captured it and began to work a charm to excrete its essence. As the world tree shapes the limits of our realms, this substance shapes the limits of our time. Take it, and it will show you the future of your realm, just as it showed me the future of mine. You speak of Asgard? Yes. That is what I wanted you to... I assume that's what I wanted you to see. He placed the ball in Hela's hand and began to describe what he had seen. Ah. She returned from the visionary voyage. That was quite deserving of an ah. But the real question is, will you help me? But I have my own vision for this Chronovium. For it has fallen in my realm as well. In return for my help, you will bring me this vision. Help me bring this vision to fruition. Of course. Intending it to be a lie. But not even he knew when an attempted lie might become an inadvertent truth. So he planned on betraying Hela because he's Loki, but he was ultimately going to help Hela spread the bounds of hell. He's so... Okay. Easy enough. Let's read a few more. Yeah, so we'll do 2 rows. We'll do Luna, Magic, Magneto, Mantis, Mr. Fantastic, Moon Knight. Tragedy struck during Luna's summer concert when a wounded Atlantean creature caused a devastating tsunami. Her ice held back the tide and helped heal the Beast Industries. She single-handedly saved countless lives and prevented the situation. So is she dealing with, like, Namor stuff? High summer on the beach was a great time to be alive. It was even better when you were on the gem of the Pacific, Jeju Island, which I know is a beautiful paradise, and there's so much good talk about Jeju Island. I've heard it's beautiful, but now that I've read Solo Leveling and watched the anime, and season 2 of the anime just started and is off to a really good start, all I can think of Jeju Island is terrifying ant monsters. It was better when you were on Jeju Island singing in front of 100,000 screaming fans against the backdrop of a deep blue sea and cloudless sky. Luna's notes soaked it all in as she closed the 5th song of her set, Flow. Hearing the fireworks go off behind her, right on schedule, as her last line, "Finally, now we feel alive," drove the crowd into an even bigger frenzy. They're extra loud, she thought. Some gear fell over her in the wings. She glanced at the crew, keeping her show smile big, and it looked like they had things under control. Well, again, the ground really shook. It wasn't a stage effect, or her choreographers had programmed. She saw it among the fans. Fear. Then Luna saw it too. The horizon moved, a slow bulge at first as it approached, and grew. A tsunami. No ordinary tsunami. Behind it, no, within it, lurked an immense shadow, as the wave had not arisen naturally, but was being driven by something below. How big would a creature have to be to cause a wave of that size? Already the water was draining away from the shore. That meant she had very little time to act. So act she did, springing off the stage and rushing toward the beach as the crowd scattered away. The wave was growing with no signs of stopping. She planted her feet and reached the coastline, called upon every atom of her cryokinetic powers. Singing a high, wordless note, she found the frequency of the waves and tuned it to herself, feeling the power flow from her. Dark ice shot up from the exposed seabed, threading through the wave and spreading until the entire tsunami was frozen in place. Even though less than a minute had passed since she left the stage, Luna managed to calm the seas for a moment. And a long moment it was, the only sounds along the beach being astonished gasps and sobs of the audience. Then cracks began to appear. Something was moving in the ice, the shadow. Just as the thought formed in her head, the frozen standing wave front shattered. The momentum of the tsunami was broken, so that its towering water flowed across the shore and back into the sea. But what emerged amid the battleship-sized shards of ice made Luna realize she had solved the symptom but not the cause. The monster was 100 meters tall, octopus-like, with tentacles that lashed over the water, churned through the shallows. Toward her fan, its body was weirdly translucent, bizarre organs glowing within its massive form. Its eyes were pure, mindless rage. She had heard suspenseful tales of this creature, never thought it was real. The menace from the murky depths, Monstro. I think I know what Monstro is. Oh, yeah, there. Yeah, translucent, glowing on the inside. Big ol'... It's a big ol' kraken. Tales of Suspense, Monstro. That's old school. Alright. A jagged wound on the side of its body where the tentacles all gathered. No wonder it was so mad. That cut is huge. She thought as she skated towards the base of one tentacle just below the corner of the eye. The creature was most definitely enraged by the agony of its wound. If it got to the shore, a lot of people would not be making it home. But she wasn't going to let that happen. Hey, Monstro, she crooned. One of the tentacles slashed through the air just over her head. She got too close. She was so focused on what she could do, she challenged her powers, the light, ice. She had learned how to wield as the other aspect of her cryokinesis blooming from fingertips. She reached out, and the water around his body transformed into curling veins of warm, healing ice. They crept up, finding the wound and tracing its length. She trembled with effort of healing the wound, but it was much larger than anything she had ever tried to heal before. Behind her, she dimly heard the sound of rushing through the crowd, but whether it was fear or excitement or anticipation, she couldn't tell. Blah, blah, blah. Monstro grew still, as if it were trying to do, or was biding time until she failed. There. The ice linked up across the bleeding gap, knitted together, and melted into Monstro's skin. Its tentacles fell limp for a long moment, as if in relief. Like that was Monstro's way of letting out a long sigh. Then slowly and peacefully it slipped back out into deeper water and was gone, leaving huge chunks of ice to crash the ground. Then Luna heard a voice to her right. Surface Dweller. So-called superstar Luna Snow. She turned, barely suppressed a squeak of shock. Hovering over her, winged feet, none other than Namor, the ruler of Talokan, and all the endless expanse of the deep ocean. And apparently he wanted to talk to her. Luna was a little starstruck, which didn't happen to her often, but she kept her wits about her to make sure her mic was still live. Your Majesty, welcome to Jeju Island. You need not welcome me to what I am about to possess, Namor said. Talokan shall soon rule this island, and all surface dwellers who venture here will kneel before me. I do not know about that, Your Majesty, Luna said as she rode ice into the sky. At the moment, I'm pretty sure I rule Jeju Island. I mean, look at this crowd. The remaining crowd burst out in loud cheers, and Luna let Namor soak it in for a moment. He might have been a mutant king, but she was Luna Snow, and nobody was going to bully her in front of her fans. Careful, human. I came to give you my thanks. And while I admire your courage, if you show me any more disrespect, I promise you, your song will be cut short. Oh, well, in that case, you're welcome. What are you thanking me for? The creature you called Monstro was wounded by the careless maneuvering of a submarine, and was driven to a frenzy by the pain. Yeah, no one likes a bad cut. Wait, a submarine? How fast can those things go? The technological specifications of the surface-dweller vessels matter little to me. They will soon be laid to waste. However, the fact that Monstro in its madness destroyed some settlements of Talokan did concern me. You saved not just the lives of surface-dwellers, but the citizens of the deep. You have our gratitude. Perhaps you should say nothing. Not when more singing remains? Was that a glint of humor in Namor's eyes? Namor is such a dick. I love him. He's such a bad guy. He screwed up truly so many times. He created the Cabal of Thanos, parts of the Black Order, a number of villains working together with Namor in contrast to the Illuminati. And he's like, oh, my bad. During the Incursion era, waiting for Luna to stay in her lane. She wasn't sure until Namor spoke again. Let the humans here have one more night of revelry before the oceans rise. Since you're here, care to join me for an encore? She reached a hand out to Namor, hoping her music might ease the tension. The surface dwellers will get to see me perform soon enough, Namor said, each word soaked with disdain. And when that time comes, those who are wise will be cheering my name far louder than they cheer yours. Find that hard to imagine. You can't force people to love you, Namor. You have to earn it. And that's exactly why I had to do this on stage every single night. The bond I have with my fans, that's something no monster of the deep, not even you, can take away. So who's ready to get the show started? Even Monstro couldn't have been heard over the pandemonium from the crowd. She watched as a grim Namor silently disappeared. So Namor is just straight up going to invade the population? That's wild. So that's wild, that Namor is just, like, kind of evil? I like how different a lot of, like, this one, the Frozen Demon. The reason I was tempted to get this was because of the Frozen Demon, because of how different it looks. Like, these are obviously palette swaps, but these two look significantly different as well. And I really love this one, with the giant braid, and the blue flames on the horn, and the X. Alright, so I will say we also don't know... I'm assuming they're in the main timeline, just in a different location, Namor and Luna. Okay. Serving as a general in a timeline-spanning war across dimensions, battling malevolent gods and demons, she frequently confers with the mutant allies on Krakoa, discussing their species' best chances for surviving. The Limbo border. The flames rose high in the netherworld known as Limbo, as the sinister demons who dwelled in the realm bowed in reverence. After all, wasn't it a day that the two of the most powerful magicians of the multiverse graced the dimension? Wanda Maximoff may have been the sorceress supreme in her home reality, but despite her power and status, she was merely an honored guest. For in Limbo, none were as powerful or respected as the queen of the realm, Illyana Rasputin, the mutant known as Magik. So Wanda is Sorceress Supreme? Magik had been recently returned from the battlefront of the timeline-spanning war against malevolent gods and demons that showed no signs of stopping. Limbo may have been no more than a scorched wasteland, but she had to admit she was glad to be home, at least until the moment a portal opened and Wanda walked through. Because in any reality when the Scarlet Witch turned her eyes upon mutants, there was no predicting what might happen. "What brings you to my kingdom, witch?" Magik asked, her Russian accent sharpening her every word. It was clear she was not thrilled to be called upon during her moment of respite. Illyana's cold gaze would have sent a chill down the spine of even her fiercest subjects, but Wanda had seen far worse in her time, defending her own collapsing reality. "I have come to gather allies for the great war beyond the ones here." "I have plenty of allies," Magik said. "As for wars, are we not facing too many here? Not like this. Countless time streams have been entangled. At first I thought it was merely my own dimension that was in peril, but Steven showed me otherwise." "Steven?" Magik paused. Could it be that her former mentor in the mystic arts, Dr. Strange, was still alive? Yes. Strange showed me there are battles on the horizon far greater than any I could comprehend. I hardly imagine a conflict bigger than the one I've been facing. But Steven has always taught me that problems I can see are often meant to distract from the ones I can't. We've become so embroiled in our own conflicts that we've been missing the bigger picture. With that, Scarlet Witch opened her palm and conjured a swirl of red chaos magic. Inside the frenzied wisps of energy, an image coalesced, showing the greatest heroes from every reality clashing. That doesn't look good. But if Steven has you on his side, why would he need me? Clearly, your skills as a sorceress far surpass my own. I deal in chaos magic, but your magic taps into the soul. And when so many souls across dimensions are in peril... Ooh, so is Magik going to be the one going up against Hela? Who's trying to steal all the souls? That could be nuts. Soul's a powerful thing. She reached her arm to her side, clenching her hand into a fist. With her grip, the hilt of a sword began to materialize, manifesting from energy drawn directly from Illyana's own essence. The soul blade, yeah. As the sword's blade, longer and wider than a young woman her size should have been able to comfortably wield, took form, Illyana raised it, pointed directly at the Scarlet Witch's throat. Even a soul as pure as a snowflake can be corrupted. In a burst of hellfire, Magik herself began to transform. A pair of twisted horns emerged from her forehead, and a pointed tail slithered down the base of her spine. As eldritch armor wrapped around her now demonic figure, Illyana gave a wicked smile and exposed her freshly sharpened fangs. The denizens of Limbo hollered as their queen took her most majestic form, leaving Magik behind to become Darkchild. Wanda paused for a moment, wondering if she should be calling upon a different version of Magik from another reality, but one who had not yet embraced her place as Limbo's throne. Put down the sword, darling, a gruff voice said. Wanda ain't lying. Not this time. We're all on the same side. I don't care how big those horns of yours are these days. Through the towering spire of flame stepped a mutant that Illyana knew well, the man called Logan, the Wolverine. You'll always be a little girl I used to know. It was clear the creatures of Limbo knew Wolverine as well. Mere moments before they had been building to a frenzy and cheering. Now their silence was tangible as they quaked in fear. Wolverine once fought Satan in hell, and it was awesome. Logan's claws were fully extended, dripping with the blood of demons, foolish enough to stand in his way. They may have been her loyal subjects, but Magik felt no remorse for those who'd fallen at Logan's hands. They should have known better. Logan, what brings you to this place? Search and rescue mission. We've been gathering lost mutants, bringing them home to Krakoa. In case you didn't notice, the time stream's a bit of a mess. Krakoa is one of the few places that's still safe in any timeline, at least for the moment. I hate to disappoint, but I am not in need of sanctuary. I have things under control. Sure you do, sweetheart. His sarcasm palpable, but I never said I came to get you. Then who? Like, just a kid. Doesn't even have a code name yet. But she does have sort of some sort of dimensional warping ability. Made a portal and got sucked into it. America Chavez, maybe? Lucky for her, the thing stayed open just long enough for me to jump through. She's probably terrified being lost in a realm like this. Imagine the trauma. I don't have to imagine. I lived it myself, and I won't let another mutant go through what I did. Follow me. As magic began to run, her dark child form receded, and her true self took control once more. Shouldn't I be in the lead, darling? Wolverine asked. I'm an expert tracker, and I'm the queen of this dimension. You will always have my respect, but in this place I am in charge. Now be a good boy and try not to disembowel any more of my subjects along the way. No promises. Wolverine muttered as the three heroes rushed across the rocky, fire-strewn landscape in search of the missing mutant. Although they came to this place for different reasons, the Queen, the Witch, and the Hunter all managed to set aside their personal desires to search for a missing child. I can sense her presence ahead. Reality's bending around her. A simple hex can set that right. Scarlet Witch moved her hands like an expert surgeon, weaving a complex spell to stabilize time and space. But chaos magic is not predictable. Reality itself may have stopped shifting, but the rocks surrounding the cave's mouths begin to displace. Rock slide, barked Logan. Debris blocked his path. Dense boulders with adamantium claws. Undeterred, the Queen of Limbo stepped forward towards the pile of rubble, casually opening a small circle in the sky in front of her with her own mutant power. The stepping discs, as she called them, allowed her to traverse across dimensions. This time, however, it provided a safe exit for the frightened girl. Nothing to worry about, kiddo. I'll get you home safe and sound. How will you do that? Her powers are too unpredictable, and to be honest, my stepping discs haven't been much better for crossing dimensional travel since the time stream got turned upside down. This old dog's got a few new tricks, Logan grinned. He put a seed from one of the pouches on his belt, popping a single claw to carve a hole in Limbo's rocky soil. A vine took form, growing and twisting to a shape resembling a doorway. Once the vine began to flower, the open empty space it encircled began to crackle. The sun-kissed shores of Krakoa. Well, you coming or not, Rasputin? Magic hesitated for a moment. She wished to witness firsthand the safe haven for her people that her old friend had spoken of. Yet she still had a war to fight in another dimension, and more importantly, a critical discussion to finish with the Scarlet Witch. I'll join you, but only if Wanda can come as well. Krakoa only lets mutants pass through its gates, and last I checked, Wanda is only mutant adjacent. Nothing a little chaos magic can't fix, Wanda said with a smile. With a gentle touch, the arcane energy of Hex danced across the organic outer edge of the Krakoan gateway. You want chaos, Wanda? Just wait till Magneto gets a look at you. Alright, so magic is... to fight. There you go. So Krakoa is absolutely going to be a map, right? Hey, and we just read about Magneto, so we know Magneto's probably there. He led the campaign to gather the planet's mutants population and transfer them decades into the future to a safe haven on the sentient island Krakoa. So Storm's gonna be there. Scarlet Witch. Magic. Okay. As he gazed off in the distance toward the line where the ocean met the sky, his cape fluttered gently. His life was far longer than most people ever had a chance to live. Something on your mind, old man? A familiar voice asked from above. Magneto glanced up. Like a majestic goddess was Aurora Monroe, the mutant weather manipulator known as Storm. Funny, isn't it? We thought all those years for the future of mankind, and now we have finally found it. Further in the future than any of us had ever imagined. Not so long ago, the sovereign nation of Krakoa had been swept in a coronal storm, a time-twisting anomaly that would have ripped the island to bits if not for Aurora's manipulation of its currents. Instead of becoming lost, Krakoa arrived in 2099. Okay, so we now know that Krakoa is in the 2099 universe, where it seems like the majority of stuff is here in the 2099 universe. Krakoa, that's where Magneto, Wolverine, Storm, Magic, and Scarlet Witch currently are. Like, seriously, look at this. I mean, so the biggest areas... I don't know where Thor is yet. And I still don't know what the fourth universe is. I want to check this. Marvel Rivals for Worlds. What are the chronoverses? No, those are talking about that. Timelines? That's not helping me. Oh, wait. So I still don't know what the last timeline's explained. Dr. Doombar's in the Sanctum, tells Dr. Strange he's been controlling magic with the Darkhold. Takes the Darkhold to the astral plane. Doombar is into Khonshu's divine space. So the Empire of Eternal Night. Krakoa 2099. Tokyo 2099. The Intergalactic Empire of Wakanda is 2099. Clintar, which is also most likely 2099. Gigsguard. Everyone else. The Collector's Museum, which we're pretty sure is in 2099, right? Because we know Mantis eventually joins up with Doctor Strange. The 7 capital cities of heaven, we don't know. Jeju Island, we don't know. So yeah, we don't know what the fourth realm is. Okay, we call Chronoverses. Yeah, so we don't know what the last one is, and it's kind of killing me. Okay. Not long ago, the sovereign nation of Krakoa had been swept in the storm, so Krakoa is in 2099. It matters not what century we're in. What matters is that our people have a home on Krakoa thanks to you, Eric. Magneto cringed as his old friend had called him by his human name. True, he had gone by many of them over the decades. Max Einshart, Eric Lencher, Magnus. But their monikers had he tolerated in order to better understand. He was Magneto, the mutant master of magnetism. I may be leading the cause for our fellow mutants and bring them to the safe harbor, my dear, but the success of this crusade cannot be attributed to one mutant alone. You're damn right it can't, bub. A grizzled voice snarled from the edge of the jungle. Magneto observed turned to see a familiar figure walking out of a newly bloomed Krakoan gate. The short-haired figure looked over. He'd been to hell and back, and knowing Wolverine, he could. He stood with a young mutant, just old enough for her powers to begin manifesting, found the kid, got sucked into the dimensional rift. She's lucky I went in after her. Limbo's no place for a mutant. I couldn't disagree more, another voice. This new mutant has managed just fine. Illyana, can it be? Storm rushed over the young woman who stepped forward, instantly wrapping her in an embrace. For years, Illyana Rasputin, the mutant teleporter known as Magic, had been like a daughter to Storm, before she was claimed by the darkness of Limbo. Nice to see you, Windrider. It's been longer than I care to remember. Magneto stepped towards the new arrival, not embracing her, but examining her closely. Something strange about her. It was clear that she had walked a far different path than Illyana Rasputin Illyana Rasputin of his world. This child had been hardened by the horrors of war, something to which Magneto himself could relate. You are not the child we once knew, but you are welcome here on Krakoa. All mutants are, regardless of where or when they hail. How about people who grew up thinking they were mutants, only to have their entire world turned upside down when they learned the truth years later? Magneto audibly gasped as the question was asked by another woman who arrived. Wanda. Hello, Father. She reached up and began to slowly remove Magneto's helmet, an action that would almost certainly be met with instant retaliation should anyone else attempt it. But Magneto stood silent as solid steel, simply basking in the magic of his long-lost daughter's company. His stoic expression softened as she leaned in and gave him a gentle kiss on the cheek. How can you be here? He could bend adamantium into any shape, but simple words were nearly impossible to form. It took a bit of work. I'm not technically a mutant, like you. After all, Krakoa didn't normally let me through its gates, but a touch of chaos magic did the trick. Oh, you're Wanda. She's gone, isn't she? I'm sorry. This must be difficult. Quite the opposite. To see your face again, to hear your voice, to know that somewhere in this vast multiverse a version of you has thrived, is the least difficult thing I could ever conceive. It is all that any father ever wants. I wouldn't say I've been thriving. I've been holding my own universe together by its threads for far too long. I truly believe that I was its only hope to survive. Like father, like daughter, chuckled Wolverine. But I started to see the bigger picture. We're all fighting our own wars. The only chance we have of winning them and keeping all our universes intact is if we start fighting together. Speaking of fighting, I'm late for a date with Natasha, so Wolverine is allied with Black Widow in this world. We've got ourselves a tin-plated dictator that needs overthrowing. Magneto almost chastised Wolverine for entrenching himself in petty squabbles between the humans, but he paused to consider his daughter's words. Perhaps she was right. Perhaps his own war to preserve mutant kind was one battle of many. Since Krakoa arrived in this future, my allegiance has been to mutant kind alone. I felt it best to isolate our people in order to protect them, but your words inspire me. It is clear that no mutant is an island, except Krakoa, duh. In order to commit such an allegiance, however, it must be mutually beneficial. There are still mutants out there lost across space and time who require our assistance to lead them home. It sounds like a perfect task for a Sorceress Supreme, but I'll require your help. As fond as I am of your classic look, I think we are in need of a helmet that's a bit more functional. Magneto said, within moments, tiny scraps of metal buried beneath the sand begin to converge and reshape themselves into a complex device. Once worn by Charles. Cerebro. If I recall, the old school Cerebro was capable of tracking down mutants anywhere in the world, but a few arcane enhancements should expand the helmet's search to include adjacent dimensions. All mutants are welcome here. So they're going to bring all the mutants from all the worlds together in Krakoa. The moment Magneto put the helmet on, he saw flashes of powerful mutants across the shattered multiverse. A telepathic ninja trapped in a strange world of unholy amusements. Psylocke and the Collector's... the King of Seas preparing to strike at the unsuspecting surface world, Namor. A powerful cosmic presence determined to burn the darkness out of the night sky. That's Phoenix, baby. That's Jean Grey Phoenix. 1,000 more, each yearning to defy fate. And to find their place in an ever-shifting cavalcade of timelines. There is much work to be done, Magneto said. Far more than I expected. No time better than the present or the future, wherever we are. You've given mutants a gift this day, Wanda. Your efforts will not be forgotten. Call mutants across space and time. The gates of Krakoa are open to them. In the words of a dear old friend, to me, my X-Men. Oh, that might be my favorite lore story so far. That might be truly my favorite so far. Recreate Cerebro to work across dimensions. There you go. Okay. Again, this armor means she's at least involved on some capacity with the Wakandan Empire, right? No. But thank you. The Collector found her in his museum and asked where she had come from. Mantis did not know. One moment she was with her fellow Guardians, the next fascinating. There's about to be a vacancy. I hope you last longer. She waited for a moment as the Collector fiddled the displays of his new theme park. He made her a display, ready to display her to his audiences inside the glass-walled tank. Again, so this Collector is reminding me a bit more of Mojo. The intergalactic master of the universe found interesting. Many were humanoid, many ran on the spectrum. Globs of protoplasm to members of the Brood. Oh, their hive mind forcing a constant thrum. The Brood are the xenomorphs of the Marvel universe. Their hive mind forcing a constant thrum in the back of Mantis' mind. It was tough being a telepath sometimes, especially in the presence of so many fearful minds. One of these minds was peculiar and interesting, unlike the others. It was all excitement, emotions turned all the way up. Like every thought it had found multiple exclamation points. He was full of a kind of joy that Mantis found infectious, even though she was held prisoner in her psychotic museum in the deep space, thousands of light years from the nearest planet. Jeff. She smiled at his name and thought, I would very much like to meet you, Jeff. Another mind, physically closer to Mantis, that drew her attention. A human woman whose mind teemed with memories of war. No, not human, something close. She was a deadly warrior. Mantis, who knew little a little something about being deadly herself, thought that if she and the woman managed to escape, she might enjoy taking the battlefield with this woman. She called herself after the weapon she wielded, Sai. But in her mind was a deeper name, one Mantis would have to ask if she ever got to talk with this warrior. That's far enough. Get out. And with that, Mantis lost her connection to Sai. She was psionic, and even the last thought screamed vengeance, so she returned to listen to Jeff for a little additional dose of optimism. So many other minds, Mantis enjoyed the company of these two. Jeff because of his irrepressible joy, and a few bits of Sai because she pulled Mantis in the mind of escape and revenge. She started to form a plan, well, another plan. She'd been forming plans to escape practically ever since the moment she arrived. The other feature of this hall was its garden. The collector not only interested in animal organism, huge trees, ferns, flowering vines, mosses, and bizarre forms of vegetation grew over the tanks containing the exhibits, including Mantis. Those plants were her way out. For a time, she had used her telepathic powers to influence the collector's cleaning and maintenance staff to get one of the guards to open her tank. Then she tried to use her powers over plants to get them to grow over her tank and break them apart with the roots. Neither worked. Then Mantis realized the collector had built this tank to dampen her powers. She had another option. It would be an act of desperation. He forced her hand. Her tank was wheeled into a large arena and placed inside a large transparent chamber. The stands packed with spectators, the noise from their minds nearly intolerable. Filled with eager bloodlust, she couldn't shut it out. She reached out, probing the barriers that imprisoned her. Another tank in the arena. Their tanks dissolved. He called out. Mantis understood what he wanted. I have another duplicate in my collections. These infinite Mantises are intolerable. So again, my people, I have transformed this excess into entertainment. 2 Mantises enter, 1 Mantis leaves. The other Mantis looked at her. How long had she been imprisoned here? Had she too tried to escape? Had anyone tried to rescue her in this timeline? Was she one of the Guardians? Or she knew she would never know. She didn't have time to find out. She felt waves of anguish and desperation. There was no barrier between them. Mantis tried to calm her, but the frenzied crowd made it impossible. Mantis couldn't help her response. 2 of us enter, 1 leaves. You. Then the collector will have no Mantises, as it should be. The mind of the other Mantis radiated an exhaustion and despair so intense, Mantis almost tried to break off their connection, but she couldn't. One curse of being a telepath is you always felt like you owed someone your attention, since you spent so much time sneaking around their mind. You can go, you have to leave your body behind, it'll help. We can't go together. We can't. I don't have the strength. I can push you along a little, but I can't pull myself out of here. Too many battles. Too much. The other Mantis' attention wavered, and Mantis realized she was only going to get 1 chance. She had to take it before the other Mantis faded. Grateful for the other Mantis' sacrifice, Mantis gathered her mind and focused on the shimmering essence of the astral plane. Unseen but omnipresent, she felt a tinge of remorse. She would miss this body, but she had missed all others too. She felt the other Mantis pouring energy into the link. The link would hold only for a short time. Go, the other Mantis said. I can't do this for long. You win, Mantis told her other self. With a sob, she let her go of her body. 1 Mantis leaves. Do me a favor. Come back here sometime and play the collector a little visit. In the astral plane. So the collector's park is in the astral plane. She greeted the plants, made a request. The cells of the vine, blah, blah, blah. She thanked the plants and rustled them to acknowledge the collector. She thought, let's see what happens when one of your prize exhibits gets loose. She stepped from the garden, fully formed and Mantis again. Alarms were shrieking. She knew where the hangar was, where the spacecraft was. The spacecraft were docked. Angling across the museum, Mantis got close to her old enclosure. It stood empty. Sai stood in her own cage looking at Mantis, didn't call out, didn't ask for help, just looked. You're Sai, right? The woman in her cage looked at her. You cut me out of your head. Would you like to get out of here? We may have to fight. She smiled, as thin and deadly as her blades. At that moment, one of the guards lumbered around the corner, a massive humanoid with tusks and a clubbed tail. Whoa! The guard never had a chance. Mantis leapt in a spinning kick. Nice, but not permanent. Just has to last until we're gone. Wait. So I said when Mantis turned, there's someone else we have to get. Who? Someone else I heard in my head. His name is Jeff. He's different. We don't have time. I had time for you. I'm not leaving him here. Then let's make it fast. Unmistakable psionic sensation of Jeff's mind. She picked up the pace, dodging a patrol. She saw a huge grin spread over his face. A really huge grin filled with rows of serrated teeth. What kind of creature was it? A shark with legs. He's going to draw guards. No, you're coming. Jeff said appreciatively. His tank opened. So you wanted to know my real name, right? You're hiding your true self even if you can't hide your emotions. I was curious. For someone who just got sprung from the Collector's Museum, you sure are giving your rescuer a hard time. No, I wanted to know what made us different. He made me believe it was possible just because he's an optimist, and, you know, I knew you'd be someone I wanted on my side. Correct, and it's Psylocke. I like that. The hangar's this way. Let's get out of here. Jeff charged into Appen, jaws wide open. He led to the closest guard, who barely got an arm up to stop Jeff from chewing his face off. Size weapons dropped him without a second thought. Come on. Some of them. The rest I can figure out. Alright. So we knew a lot of that from Jeff's story. But we learned that it's in the astral plane. So we actually don't know. And this is... right? Okay. Mantis had to battle an alternate version of herself. Alright, so that's a pretty simple... Only two more we got. I'm only going to do two more. I'm going to do Mr. Fantastic and Moon Knight. We still don't know what Spidey's up to. We know Penny's in 2099, and we know where Namor is now. We know Rocket's on Clintar. We know a little bit more about her. We know Squirrel Girl's somewhere in Manhattan. We don't know what Punisher, Thor, and Venom are up to. Alright, Mr. Fantastic stood in his laboratory in the Baxter Building, closely examining a small crystal that Ben found on one of their many excursions in Lower Manhattan. Reed had his own theories. The most brilliant woman in any universe, Shuri, the Princess of Wakanda. Not long after the time stream erupted across the multiverse, Reed had an unexpected urgent message from Wakanda, but not from the technologically advanced African nation that he and his fellow members of the Fantastic Four called their allies. Instead, it came from a Wakanda located in another dimension, one where T'Challa had taken his people to the edge of the universe and built a society that spanned the stars. Much like Reed's own reality, T'Challa's sister Shuri was the driving force behind their scientific research. After all initial communication was received, Reed and Shuri began to compare notes on hypothesis, bringing out trusted allies like Tony Stark. Eventually, they were able to build the TRD, which should be able to restore the damage. However, finding an energy source would be impossible. Reed knew deep inside these crystals, which had come to be known as Chronovium, were the key. You wanted to talk, Dr. Richards? Sure, I'm glad you got my message. As always, the Fantastic Four calls, Wakanda answers. Good. That's exactly what I'm seeking. We've been both previously surmised that Chronovium is a byproduct of the fluctuation in energy released by the TSE. In both our realities, the second law of thermodynamics still holds true. Even chronal power seeks out the lowest energy state to stabilize itself, and these crystals have the lowest internal energy in either universes. But that's where the similarities end. According to our data, I have reason to believe that all Chronovium shared the same basic structure, but now that our realities have continued to shift in unexpected ways, the properties of Chronovium found within them are shifting as well. The crystals I recently analyzed here in Wakanda are proof. It seems the energy from the vibranium star has strengthened our form of Chronovium far beyond what we've seen in earlier samples. The same goes for the Chronovium in my dimension. The dark magic holding New York City in a state of eternal night has permeated, calling it blood Chronovium. It's a bit dramatic, but I suppose it gets the point across. Ah, so all the Chronoviums are changing. It makes me wonder how many other forms may be out there, and whatever universes still remain. The reason I called you, if we could begin to catalog how many other universes, chronoverses, that's what we call in Wakanda are calling the fractured realities. Of course, if we could catalog how many other chronoverses there are, perhaps we could get a better understanding of our current state, as well as other types of Chronovium. We have identified at least one other alternate reality beyond our own. Recently, Captain America arrived here in Wakanda seeking refuge. Reed paused for a moment. The Captain America he had known had fallen in battle not long ago, and the entire world was still reeling from that loss. Logically, Reed was well aware that every reality likely had its own variant of Steve, but knowing that one was currently residing in Wakanda offered a sense of hope. Unlike the Captain America that both my father and my brother proudly fought alongside over the years, this Steve Rogers claimed that he's been frozen during World War II and had not been reawakened until 2099. That's not the first time I've heard the date mentioned. Our Spider-Man told me he'd visited about one of his alternate reality counterparts, a young woman who calls herself Spider-Zero. She claimed to be from 2099 as well, and asked for his help to repair a dimensional nexus point known as the Web of Life and Destiny. Okay, so right there, big confirmation. The Wakandan Empire is the last reality. So Captain America was in this chronoverse in Shibuya 2099, but moved to the Wakandan Empire after allying with Hawkeye and Winter Soldier. Got it. There's going to be a lot of dimension hopping that's going to be confusing. Fascinating. Based on Captain America's intel, we also believe that the future timeline may be gathering point for mutants whose home realities have ceased to exist. His ally Wolverine claimed he resided on a time-displaced island nation called Krakoa. Curious, Reed mentioned. Our Krakoa vanished without a trace with it when the TSE hit. Could the living island in the Chronoverse be one and the same? I will see if the captain or his allies can coerce Wolverine into sharing any further information. Steve brought friends? Not quite. My own Chronoverse has been facing a number of its own challenges, including a growing darkness, Null, spreading rapidly across the stars. I had sent the Guardians of the Galaxy to investigate its origin point on a planet called Clintar, but I've lost contact. In order to prepare for whatever may be coming our way, T'Challa and I asked Steven to gather some allies, including a few from your timeline, Hawkeye and Winter Soldier. Interesting. Tony told me they both went missing after an incident at a remote Hydra base. I'm glad they made it out alive. So, this is the main timeline, present day's Hawkeye and Winter Soldier, and 2099's Captain America are all in Wakanda. Alright. I believe they will prove to be valuable allies in the days ahead. I fear the darkness is already tainting Wakanda. Even the gods themselves are not safe from the corruptive influence. Speaking of gods, the Asgard in my timeline has grown into something entirely new. Their world tree, Yggdrasil, has grown and merged with the Golden Realm to create Yggdrasgard, And according to reports, Loki's already trying to take advantage. No surprise there. Asgardians aren't the only pantheon in disarray. Stephen Strange recently returned from a trip to the astral plane, where he communicated with heroes from another dimension. One where deities were locked in an endless war for omnipotent power and total control. So that gives us 4 chronoverses then. So the Asgard is present Asgard. That's actually a big shock. So that's part of present day. So have we not been to Chronoverse 4 yet? But that might be where magic is from. Right? So it's present day, which is Manhattan under the control of the Empire of Eternal Night, and Yggdrasil, which is Yggdrasil fusing with Asgard under the control of Loki. That's where Hela is moving, all that, right? So that's 1. 2 is 2099. There. 3 is the Intergalactic Empire of Wakanda with Clintar and all of that. 4 is this realm where the gods are locked in endless battle, fighting for total control. Which I don't think we've seen so far, but sounds nuts. Because that was also kind of mentioned by Magic. We've identified this far. And they continue to collapse and intertwine. I have a feeling they will start to become ever more dependent on each other. With so few timelines left, we cannot risk losing any of them. That is why my brother chose to pay a visit to your world. I hope his delivery proves useful. T'Challa came here when? He left Wakanda a week ago. I calibrated our cross-dimensional teleporters. I am certain he arrived safely in New York of your reality. Arrived safely, perhaps, but anything could have happened to him. Our city isn't safe as it used to be, after all. The curse that locked us in permanent night allowed certain factions that had formerly been relegated to the shadows to seize power. Vampires. T'Challa had hoped to offer you a sample of the heart-shaped herb as a means of developing a cure. But if he's fallen victim to it... Are we going to get a vampire Black Panther? Don't worry. Like you said, we're in this together. And when Wakanda calls, the Fantastic Four answers. I played to the Orisha that we are now too late. For all our sakes. So that was mostly just a conversation. Intergalactic Empire of Wakanda timeline. So T'Challa is missing in the current timeline. That's actually kind of fascinating. All right, the last one I'm going to read for now. Moon Knight. At Conscious Past, Mark doles out vengeance. Come to me, my Moon Knight. An ancient voice boomed in the back of Mark Spector's brain. momentarily throwing him off his game. If he wasn't hearing someone else's words in his head, that was something new. He'd been sharing the space with multiple personalities for years, but this wasn't Jake Lockley or Stephen Grant calling his attention. It wasn't even the enigmatic Mr. Knight. This was his boss. I'm a bit busy, Spectre replied. Yet another garishly garbed supervillain. Trying to keep the Zodiac, from ransacking one of your temples. You sent me here, remember? Now, a sunburst of pain coursed through his skull, his eyes, tried to clear his head. When he opened them again, he was no longer at the heart of the epic battle between good and evil. In fact, he was nowhere. Okay, so nowhere might be a bit dramatic. It's the best that he could come up with. It's the blank white space between reality. A deafening silence hung in the void. For once, even the other voices in his head had nothing to say. For a moment, he felt as though he was the only being that ever existed. But he knew better. I have chosen you for a new battle, my avatar. Mark Spector turned to see an enormous figure draped in white Egyptian robes. Where his head should be, there sat a skull of a long-beaked bird. Empty sockets peered into Mark Spector's soul, judging him. Hey, Khonshu. Fancy seeing you here. The divine space is where I dwell. It's from here I watch the realms beyond and find those who have earned my vengeance. Yeah, you said pretty well I do your dirty work. This has been our arrangement since your untimely demise years ago. A gruesome fate you were spared by my intervention alone. Do you wish to alter our agreement? No. I would like to finish one mission before you toss me into the next one. Maybe that's just the mercenary in me. I've always appreciated your dedication. More pressing matters have arisen. Something about Khonshu seemed different. He was more confident, more powerful, less scattered. It was almost like all the fragmented personas of the Moon God had presented over the years were all suddenly fused into one. He didn't know what caused the change, but he thought it must be nice. Fine. Tell me whose head I need to bust open. Spectre's unfinished encounter with Zodiac had pushed his level of aggression to a boiling point. He didn't want to stand and talk. What do you know of vampires? They suck. And Dracula owes me money. We gotta have the image. I know you're here, Dracula, you big fucking nerd. Where's my goddamn money? It became a meme. It's not... But it's so good. And it's... I love that it's become... Honestly, at this point, I don't even remember why Dracula owes me money, but a guy's gotta live by a code, you know? This is probably one of my favorite panels from Moon Knight. This is when, I believe it was called the Black Mirror. Gamora went crazy, looked into the Black Mirror. The Black Mirror forces your evolution into a celestial state, but corrupts you. And she was talking about how she's going to forcibly kill a lot of people. Moon Knight, wow, I picked a bad time to space out what I missed. Spider-Man, Gamora's taking over the family business. Who's Gamora? Just punch whoever I punch in a second. And there's only one thing that I think is better than this. Punisher and Moon Knight. Hey, Mark, you still crazy? Little bit, you still murdering people? Little bit, how's your imaginary god? Good, how's your dead family? The most brutal panel in maybe comic history was him making fun of Punisher's dead family right to his face. Alright. As you know, I have long served as the protector for travelers in the night, vicariously through me and other fists of Khonshu before me, but sure, go on. Ever since they first crawled from the darkness, vampires have imperiled my people and my purpose. And now I have had a vision that warns of their threat becoming far more permanent. I thought vampires were immortal, not many threats were permanent, but bound by their curse to a cycle of day and night. They cannot walk in the sun, so their atrocities are limited to the hours under my watch, when the moon hangs in the sky. Is daylight saving time about to end? No, daylight is about to end. He turned to see someone else had unexpectedly entered the divine... Doom went to go see Khonshu, an imposing figure in iron armor. This is sacred territory, Khonshu yelled. You shall not foul it with your presence. Banish him, my Moon Knight. Yeah, yeah. I'm on it. As he rushed in his enemy's direction, Spectre reached in his pouch on his belt and grabbed a handful of crescent-shaped darts. He hurled them in Doom's direction, but the metal-clad monarch raised his gauntlet and deflected the projectiles as if they were no more than cheap toys. I did not come for a battle, Khonshu, but if you must turn your champion against me as a matter of honor, so be it. He finished a series of hand motions. His armored fist began to glow with mystical flames. 2 curved blades materialized. The daggers of Dormammu should end this night before he begins. Good luck with that. Taking advantage of Doom's moment of bravado to land a solid fist right to the side of his opponent's masked face. Furious, Doom lunged at Spectre, swinging the flaming daggers at the white-clad warrior. Spectre dodged his thrust easily at first, but it wasn't long before he barely had time to recover before his battle against the Zodiac, and a 12-on-1 battle tends to take a toll on even the mightiest of heroes. Doom could see his opponent beginning to falter. He started to attack more relentlessly. Moon Knight stumbled back. Raising the enchanted blades above his head, Doom thrust them down at Spectre, narrowly missing his target's body, and sent the blades pierce through Moon Knight's cape, pinning him to the floor. One Spectre didn't even realize existed in the emptiness of the divine space. Enough. You have won the right to speak. And when Doom speaks, the victorious villain responded, all had best listen, for he only speaks once. Moon Knight pulled himself back to his feet, standing between Doom and Khonshu just in case Doom had any of their tricks. Few recall the real origin of vampires, but you and I know the truth, Khonshu. Their race was born from a curse inscribed in the pages of the Darkhold, written in the blood of Varney, the first of their kind. It was these vampiric verses that granted them immortal life, and if my calculations are correct, which they always are, the same spell may hold the key to unlocking the very nature of time itself. I wish to study it further. You know not what you tamper with, foolish mortal. I know full well. Had the Sorcerer Supreme not denied me access to the Darkhold, I have good reason to believe he has stashed it away on another plane of reality for safekeeping. Sounds like Strange made the right choice. The last thing we need is you accidentally unleashing more vamps around the world. Not the world. All I want is a small portion of it. And that's where you come in. If Khonshu were to simply hold his beloved moon in the sky and shroud a single city in eternal night, it would allow me all the time I need to unlock the secret of the vampires, even without access to the vampiric verses themselves. You're crazy. The city would instantly become a nesting ground for the creatures of night. So did Khonshu approve this? Please, since one of the gods cared about the lives of a few million measly mortals, together we could use the vampires however we wish, then dispose of them completely. I will not allow this discussion to continue any further. There's far more at stake here than you could ever hope to know. A coming darkness lurking among the gods, a shadow even I may not be able to defeat. And by I, he means me. My avatar may have lacked the skill required to remove you from this plane, but I have no such limits. You fool, Doom cried as he began to fade from the divine space. You're making a terrible mistake. Doom will have what he wishes one way or another. Okay, now. Just as the vampiric verses created our enemies, there's another spell within the Book of Sins, the Montesi formula, that could take their gift away permanently. So you're cruising the astral plane looking for a lost library book? What on earth am I going to do? Protecting the night. When Doom lives up to his promise and finds a way to unleash the blood-sucking hordes, then you must be ready, and so must I. I'm no vampire slayer. Isn't that Blade's gig? Why not call him? Because the Daywalker is not my fist of vengeance. He's also currently unavailable. Those fangers are about to find themselves. I expect no less than to go, my Moon Knight. All right. That's pretty sick. There you go. I've read 21 of the 33 hero stories. Alright. Oh, there's a new one right here. Trigger 5 portals in Doom's March. Or in Doom Match. Take 30,000 damage in Empire of the Night Midtown as Doctor Strange, Scarlet Witch, Mr. Fantastic, Cloak and Dagger. Or take 50,000 as any Vanguard. Defeat 50 enemies in Doom Match. Or land 6 two-player KOs. Oh! Bats or bust! Blade and Squirrel Girl and Doctor Strange against Dracula. That's kind of great. The Tomb of Dracula was a Blade comic, I believe. And New York Stars are discovering an offensive item on sale in a Kingdom. A vampire-themed board game that some may fear is linked to the city's recent influx of bloodthirsty monsters. The War of Central Park. Let's do a Doom match. And I think this might be where I call for it because it's 4 a.m. I'm now realizing.
You're on your own this time, so choose wisely. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2,
I've seen wonders
1.
out there in the cosmos few humans will ever behold. My inventions have saved worlds, but the best thing I ever built was my family.
You've got one job. Take down as many enemies as you can.
Trouble has arrived. These spiders, what a bastard! I'm not ready to give up yet. Surrender your strength.
I'm not loving Mr. Fantastic.
That's 3.
There's still more work to be done.
This is gonna hurt.
Hey, Bats.
An ancient Egyptian artifact. Interesting. The supernatural threat is abated. Excellent. Trouble has arrived. I'm not ready to give up yet.
The moon haunts by the eye of Agamotto. The moon.
I'm not ready to give up yet.
Time for some fireworks.
By the
Fantastic! Ha ha! Ha ha! There's still more work to be done. Trouble has arrived.
Yeah, I'm not loving Mr. Fantastic.
Another one. I'm more resilient than you think.
They're just planted there in their own slow area, dropping
Rest
mines.
until this is solved.
You dish it out. I can take it.
That almost hurt. We've been discovered. Fantastic!
By the...
Assemble!
Us against the world!
Excellent. We've been discovered. Excellent.
The other team needs to eliminate 6 more players.
An ancient Egyptian
The other
artifact.
team needs to eliminate 5 more players.
By the eye of Agamotto!
I've lost control. Fantastic! Ha ha!
Maximum pulse!
The other team needs to eliminate... It's party time!
I got 1 KO. I do. Yeah, I'm not really
I
vibing
won't
with
rest
Mr.
until this is
Fantastic.
solved. Trouble has arrived.
The other team needs to eliminate 3 more players.
There's still more work to be done.
Did I not get the KO on that guy?
Assemble!
By the eye of Agamotto!
This earth is radiating supernatural energy. I've become vulnerable.
Yeah, no.
There's still more work to be done.
Is there no way to change hero in this?
Let me return the favor. Trouble has arrived.
This is gonna hurt.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Fantastic!
Maximum pulse!
Must belong to
Fire.
The moon haunts you!
Let me return the favor. Us against the world. Excellent. Assemble! We've been discovered. That was simple.
Double KO!
That almost.
Maximum pulse!
That's 3!
Your ego got in your way,
Ha!
Tony. As always.
All right, that helped.
Fantastic!
Only 60 seconds left.
I'm more resilient than you think.
Okay.
That's one down.
Leave me, darkness!
Down to 30 seconds.
Predictable outcome. An arc. A futile attempt.
All right, we got a few more deaths than I thought we would, but not near enough.
There's still more work to be done.
Maximum pulse!
Trouble has arrived.
Okay. Him throwing it into the astral plane.
You're on your own this time, so choose wisely. We are... The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1!
People are always afraid of Ty, but they just don't know him.
You've got one job. Take down as many enemies as you can.
My time to shine. My time to shine. Feeling good.
Come, my minion!
Please, what hurt?
Score one for Ty.
My time to shine.
气氛长虹，
I should have gone invisible there. I should have blinded him.
气氛长虹，
Still got the kill.
Double KO!
Whoa.
Behold, Tactile!
My time to shine. Still
I got an
here.
assist for a kill there. I
Don't you
didn't get
put me
Thor.
out.
lights out.
You can see a little load in there.
A disappearing act.
Get ready. Here come the bad guys. I'll go for here.
Lights out. Us against the world.
My time to shine. My time to shine.
Behold the god of thunder!
Lights out.
Maximum pulse!
Double KO. My time to shine.
Just hoping I'd be able to swap and turn him invisible. I should have turned invisible first. I don't know what I was thinking.
Solo's fury.
Please, we're hurt.
Right on. Darkness swallows you.
The moon haunts you!
The other team needs to eliminate 6 more players.
They're coming up ahead. Us against the world.
My time to shine. The light always comes back.
Maximum pulse!
The other team needs to eliminate 5 more players. The other team needs to eliminate 4 more players. The other team needs to eliminate 3 more players.
Right as I was about to grab it.
The other team needs to eliminate 2 more players.
They're coming up ahead. All wrapped up.
My time to shine. Double KO.
The moon!
My time to shine.
there we go.
Us against the world!
Welcome to the Dark Force Dimension.
My time to shine. The other team needs to eliminate one more player.
Ah, well. Doesn't seem like a real teamwork kind of game. It seems way more chaotic. 10 assists. Dracula, Doom, and Khonshu are all mixed up in this.
You're on your
And
own
there's
this
Strange
time,
and Wanda.
so choose wisely. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I really like my Cloak and Dagger
Kai and I create
team.
equilibrium. When it gets disturbed,
You've got one job. Take down as many enemies as you can.
get ready. Here come the bad guys.
Score one for Ty.
My time to shine.
Going anywhere.
Lights out.
My time to shine.
Lights out.
My time to shine.
Should have gone for the heal.
My time to shine. Get ready. Here come the bad guys.
Lights out. Dark Force feeds.
A disappearing act.
I got the KO. That's all that matters.
Double KO.
My time to shine.
Us against the world. You fight me. You're coming up ahead. Oh, be careful.
My time to shine. Please, we're hurt.
The Venom auto attack.
My time to shine.
Fantastic! Ha-ha! Ha-ha! Oh! Ha-ha!
It's nap time.
Oh! Surrender your strength.
coming up ahead.
You've got the most points. Keep up the stellar work.
Hell unleashed!
Right on.
My time to shine.
Lights out.
Please, we're hurt.
Should have kept pushing.
Feel the pull. Sorry, someone just took over your top spot. Clear the way. My time to shine.
Lights out.
Come, my minion.
Invisible organ.
What am I? Invisible? That was a total blind.
This way.
They're coming up ahead. Us against the world. Get in here, y'all.
Fantastic! Ha ha! Ha ha!
Darkness.
I forgot it. I didn't realize he took his big form.
Time to drain.
Venom is doing great.
My time to shine.
Lights out.
The other team needs to eliminate 4 more players.
Dimension.
My time to shine. Get ready. Here comes
Lights out.
The moon haunts you!
Did that one shot me? I was in a healing area? That. Damn.
A futile attempt.
Charge!
Darkness.
the other team needs to eliminate 2 more players.
Another one gone dark.
My time to shine.
Fantastic!
The other team needs to eliminate 1 more player. Us against the world.
Lights out.
My time to shine. Goodbye.
Lights out. They're coming up ahead.
Goodbye.
Dark Force feeds.
Ah. Oh, I was the final kill. That hurts. Oh, but I still won. Was that Wanda on my team, technically? Technically, the Maker was on my team, too. As Mr. Fantastic partnered with Iron Man to land a KO. Technically, I KO'd Iron Man himself with Mr. Fantastic. But hey, it still counts. One more Doom match should do it.
You're on your own this time, so choose wisely. battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2,
I've seen
1.
wonders out there in the cosmos few humans will ever behold.
We are. You've got one job. Take down as many enemies as you can.
See the darkness and face it.
They're coming up ahead.
Please, we're hurt. Clear the way.
My time to shine. Sorry, someone just took over your top spot.
Lights out. Right on. Dark Force feeds.
My time to shine.
Lights out.
My time to shine.
Disappearing.
Time for some fireworks.
My time to shine.
Tandy needs help. Lights out. Get in here, y'all. Us against the world. Live in fear.
You think I'm
Lights out.
being hurt?
Maximum pulse!
My time to shine.
Lights out.
Your powers are mine!
It's spider time!
Sounds are coming from every direction.
Mine's in place. Clear the way.
My time to shine.
Lights out. They're coming up ahead. Another one gone.
My time to shine.
Lights out.
Goodbye.
This is gonna hurt.
It's spider time!
Bionic surge.
Lights out.
My time to shine. The other team
What happened to
needs
my
eliminate
thing?
6
Did
more
my...
players.
Did it cut my...
Shed some light.
Right on.
The other team needs to eliminate 5 more players.
Counting on you, friends.
Bad! Ha ha!
My time to shine.
Come on, I was in the healing zone.
Dagger's back. The other team needs to eliminate 4
two magics?
The light always comes back.
Were there two magics that double teamed me?
Lights out. Score one for Ty.
My time to shine. Get ready.
Lights out. Dark Force Dimension. Dark Force Dimension.
Just keep going.
Lights out.
So close.
My time to shine. The other team needs to eliminate 3 more players.
Lights out.
We are undefeatable.
I weakened. Oh, that really pisses me off.
We are
I got Penny down to
undefeatable.
Death's Door. I got Wanda down to Death's Door. Magic got both the kills.
They're coming up ahead. Us against the world.
It's party time! My time to shine.
Terror makes you bold.
Please, we're hurt. The other team needs to eliminate 1 more player. Double KO.
Your powers are mine!
You win?
My time to shine. Against the world.
Lights out.
Maximum pulse!
I just heard Iron Man. I didn't see Iron Man.
Now, a disappearing act.
They're coming up ahead.
This seems made for Penny. Just find a small area to lock in and drop your bombs and heal, defeat enemies in Doom match. Trigger 5 portals. And defeat 50 enemies. Take 30,000 damage as Doctor Strange, Scarlet Witch. And it's in the Midtown matches. I think I read these, right? Oh, did get a new thing here. Chronal energies. Seriously, if they do Alvius Hive as a playable villain, that'd be awesome. Like, maybe make it, like, for a second that all characters on the... I'm thinking, like... He'd be a strategist, but his ult could be, like... Every enemy within a radius of his activated effect. Every character on their screen, both ally and enemy, appears as an enemy. Give him a generic build and give him the red enemy outline. And you can't tell the difference. I think that could be a cool ult. But it only lasts for like 5 to 10 seconds. What do I need to do? Take damage. As Doctor Strange, Scarlet Witch, Mr. Fantastic, or Cloak and Dagger. Cool. Alright, so I think we've been playing for about 5 hours. I'm reading lore for one of those hours. 1.5. Worst TTRPG ever? I assume TT, tabletop RPG. Or tactical RPG ever? Worst tactical, I don't know. Vampire Spider-Man. Again, I'm very curious what's going on here. What is this? I think it would be cool if they tie in, like, Morlun with, or if they maybe just throw in some mention of our favorite vampire, Morbius. It's Morbin time. You know what? I'm hopeful. I'm excited for this season. I should have... Oh, I definitely have enough to buy Rocket now. So, like, it looks like emblems are this season's thing. I think I like this Namor better than both of the others. It just looks a little more classic Submariner, you know? I am very excited for the thing. The Darkhold is a collectible. That's wild. I should have bought that. Why did I buy that? Oh, whatever. It's fine. Yeah, I'm excited. The Battle Pass looks phenomenal. These new game modes seem fun. I'm really enjoying Doom Match. It's so chaotic. But it seems like it's a really great place to get used to DPS characters. Battle Pass 1, 89 days and 23 hours. We got time. We got plenty of time to earn all these. As long as I'm hopping and doing my dailies, this should not be a problem. Alright. But I think that is where I'm going to call it for now. This was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed this. And again, it doesn't look like Marvel Rivals is slowing down. It seems like this is kind of amazing. So thank you so much for joining me. That's going to be it for this thing that I'm doing. May your gaming be great. Until next time, stay awesome. I should be back tomorrow with 2 streams. Maybe some more Marvel Rivals tomorrow. But definitely I'm going to be doing some Astrobot DLC. And maybe some Fortnite. I don't know. Alright, have a good one. Night-night.